All right, we are live.
You guys were asking what is gravy?
It's a
If
deep
it
question to
spins,
What
start
is
with.
gravy?
I want to know what gravy is.
who's got the gravy boat tonight?
I got a green gravy boat. You want me to go grab it?
One
Yes,
got
where?
Want a green
Yes,
gravy
where?
boat, about to go grab it. Want a green gravy boat.
my gravy boat's the admiral of my gravy navy.
Gravy Navy. Yeah, so this is the part where we come on live. All of a sudden, the few anticipatory fans that are ready and waiting get to see this strange little moment before Alan Marcus makes some kind of announcement that we're going to be zooming off into an introductory video that if you have recently taken mushrooms or LSD, or you have, what do they call that? When flashing things make you have a reaction?
Epilepsy.
If you
Yes.
have epilepsy.
Oh,
you know,
yes.
Am I
it's a good
feeling
idea.
called out?
or both. If you've done both, it's a good time to. What I do is I'll enjoy the visual, but sometimes I'll take the earphones, put them down to the neck, because Alan Marcus and our friend Chris from the King of Cups usually produce this thing to be. It's psychedelic, man. It's far out. So. But it is an opportunity to promote the show to your friends and family if you feel safe doing that, to run and grab a beverage or a snack, to use the restroom or any other thing you might want to do, like close the window on your parrot so that you can't hear him in the background or any of those type of things. So,
Or grab your LSD and mushrooms.
yeah, I mean, they won't kick in before the introduction is up, but if you want to enjoy this week's episode live of Weaving Spiders Welcome on LSD or mushrooms, we welcome that. I'm personally going to pass. But if it's your thing, man, go for it.
I had a nice mescaline cactus going, but my cats ate it.
What?
The cats ate the mescaline cactus?
Yes,
Now that sounds like an
the whole
Adam
thing.
Moore song.
What happened to the cat?
Yeah, was there any change in behavior?
Not,
The cat turned
Nah,
into
they're
a
fine.
dog in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah. you know, they kind of think they're dogs anyways, the two cats that did
My
it.
does.
They're
My
like,
cat thinks he's a pug. It's hilarious.
We have a large viewership of cats. A lot of our viewers will send in videos of their cats glued to the screen, trying to figure out. Maybe it's because we have a yarn in one of our logos. You know, there's that ball of yarn that they want to get to. We have a lot of fun
My cat
metaphors
does
that
it
we
too.
explore.
I have a
My
pug
cat, when
right
she stands
there,
in front of
but
me,
he's
she'll
kind of
watch you
sleeping
guys.
right now. So.
The pug
Oh, wait,
is-
didn't you guys say you have pugs?
we
Am I
actually-
remembering correctly? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Awesome.
both deaf, one blind and deaf. And both, of course, since they're pugs, dumb.
Yeah. I feel like we were blessed with some pretty smart pugs by,
Good.
you know, like, I mean, by pug standards. They're not brilliant, but they can follow instructions.
Oh, that's
and,
good.
You know,
Yeah.
they only rarely run into things, which is pretty funny.
we have a puggle in the house. It's not
Interesting.
better. Yeah. He's neurotic.
It's like a pug with energy.
Oh, we got an extra
Yeah.
person here. What was that? Oh,
He is
All
ready to
right.
fight with everything, although everything can beat him up.
We love animals here.
Yeah,
and we've
he's
had
actually
some
right here.
animal
He's right behind me.
communication.
He's
Yeah,
sleeping
that's
right behind me.
That's the cat.
yeah.
That ate
That's the
uh,
mescaline cat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's the
Yeah.
cat. Where's the box and where's Schrodinger?
Wah,
Right.
wah, wah, wah.
You know what? I
This
don't
is
even know.
great, man. I am stoked about
I
this.
burned the box and I beat that dude up for locking a cat in it. Freaking hell.
Yeah, Schrodinger would definitely be canceled if he was coming out this year, right?
That's true. Yes.
Let's see.
Is this the Robert Anton Wilson reading group?
A trigger warning.
Cosmic Trigger.
Exactly.
Does the melt come with a reading list, a recommended reading list?
You know, we don't have a reading list. We should do that.
We
It's a
should.
Good
great
idea.
idea, actually. Yeah.
I know if you're a member like I am of the Patreon, there is a chance that you could receive free books. Which me being a book junkie who has a huge library, I actually told myself, like, Sean, let someone else get the book. You have lots of books.
The pictures of the books you see there have been up there for a long time, so they're totally up for grabs. Yeah.
We have lots
Okay.
of books. We love books.
Absolutely.
I volunteer at our local library and they have a bookstore there so that I get first dibs on the books.
Nice.
That
Yeah.
is beautiful.
There's a library
Nice.
right up the road that had a sign that said book sale when I drove by, and and I had that book addict react like, what, a
Yeah,
book sale?
exactly.
And I could volunteer, and I could
Nice.
actually, if I get in good with them, I could say, show me the stuff that you guys think is taboo nowadays and that you're throwing out,
Exactly.
and we'll just put that all right in the back of my car.
I've got a taboo book we can get into a little bit here. I haven't
Yeah.
read it yet because I don't want to, but this is Who's Sleeping in Your Head? The Secret World of Sexual Fantasies. And the author is from the esteemed Tavistock Institute. So that's a little teaser.
I love
Oh.
it.
Interesting.
Actual Tavistock books.
I
Nice.
love it.
Do they have their own press? I would imagine they do.
Yeah, I think they do.
We'll get into that on the other side when it's a little safer. We're just
Yeah,
trying
I
to
have
make sure all
a
the
7th
passengers
or
are on
8th
board.
grade reading level book about the actual founding of the state of Israel that I recommend to people because it's
That's
actually
be-
telling the truth. Of how
That's
the-
before
how
the
it
that's
started.
before the video. We gotta
Oh,
talk
oh.
about Doja Cat and MTV Music Awards and all the relevant topics and the funniest TikTok you've seen this week.
Didn't we already do Doja Cat this year?
No, that was that other person. What was her name? She sings about starships being meant to fly, but that was 10 years ago. So we got to stay current with the culture. Otherwise,
I
we're not
know
gonna
I've
reach
heard
the
you say
message to the
Doja
kids.
Cat too many times already. I know this.
Well, she's the one that glued red Swarovski crystals all over her bosom and face, isn't she? So yes, we definitely touched on it because if you make yourself look like that,
Yes.
Well, we are aware of Balenciaga. Yes, very
Balenciaga.
aware.
unfortunately, we're all aware.
When the system falls, I will have words with them.
Wait till the system falls.
I like that plan. That's a good idea.
Wait till the system falls, please.
Well, the
Ben,
the
please.
plan I have is we're gonna bathe ourselves in a little sound bath of David Bowie, if that's all
Oh.
right with all of you.
Yeah, I'm
All right
ready.
with me.
This will be about 13 minutes, and then we'll get the show
You
started.
know, my daughter did that with Labyrinth enough. I'm gonna mute.
There's no music from Labyrinth.
Some of
In
us still
that.
like Bowie.
Yeah, well, no, Balderson's got a point. If you were subjected to young children having to
True.
watch things redundantly on VHS
True.
tape, if someone brings it up, you might have to defer away from it, regardless
gotta-
of the context.
It's all right. I can respect Balderson busting the glass balls of Bowie. That's totally okay.
My
All right.
my brother Zach did it with the Michael Jackson The Wiz. We watched that
Oh.
VHS tape like 150
Oh my
times.
God.
I still enjoy it, but
Yes.
for a while, I took like 7 or 8 years off. of watching
Dude,
The
the
Wiz.
flying monkeys on the motorcycles are rad. I don't
It's
care
a
what
great movie
anybody
if you've
says.
never
It's-
seen it. But anyway, I'm going to
It's
stop
so
interrupting
freaking
now.
weird. Go ahead. Let's go.
See you in
Let's start
13.
this thing.
Ciao, babe.
Imagine at dawn a multi-dimensional spider's web covered in dew.
Up until 1 century ago, there lived in the Zaiduang province of an eastern country a glass-like spider. Having devoured its prey, it would drape the skeletons over its web, in weeks creating a macabre shrine of remains. Its web was also unique in that it had many layers, like floors of a building.
And gives them the assignment to build this palace.
At the top of this palace-like place, assembled with almost apparent care, were tiny, shining objects, glass, beads, dewdrops. One could almost call it an altar. When the breeze blew through this construction, it produced sounds of wailing, crying, tiny wails, tiny cries.
A vast, vast spider's web that is the whole cosmos.
This idea of the ghost below, what we don't see, what we don't know.
The baby spiders would get scared and search frantically for their mother. But the glass spider would have long gone, having known that the babies would survive somehow on their own. Oh, the glass spider had blue eyes almost like a human's. They shed tears at the winter turn of the centuries.
Don't you hear this wasting cry? Life is over you. Mommy, come back 'cause the water's all gone. But you see who's in heaven? Is there anyone here? Mommy, come back 'cause it's out now. Take care, take care. Mommy, come back 'cause the water's all gone. Somewhere she goes to find, somewhere she waits alone. But you promised to your love and I. God, it's gone now. Ja, 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 ja. Ja, 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 ja. Ja, ja,
Covered
ja.
with jewels of dew.
And Indra's net.
Spiders, spiders.
Net.
And each jewel reflected every other jewel.
And the spiders, so, and the spiders, where were the spiders? Spiders, spiders. The mutual interpenetration of all things. Interpenetration of all things. I called your name when I was falling to pieces. I screamed in pain. A soothing hand that turns me round. A love so real swept over me. You danced a little dance till it made me cry. You were shaking like this, honey, do that. Never let me down.
And each jewel reflected every other jewel.
Never let me down.
Indra, Indra, Indra. And that's the god of heaven. Indra is in charge of this massive web. It almost looks like a spider web. Massive web. It almost looks like a spider web. Web. And this right here is a representation of the web of Indra. And Indra's web is really special because there's some jewels on it. Do you see the jewels that are on the web? On Indra's web, there are an infinite number of jewels.
When I believed in nothing, I called your name. Trapped in a high-dollar joint in some place, I called your name.
Jewels.
And though my days were slipping by, and life so cruel, I thought I'd die. She danced a little dance till it made me cry. She was shaking like this, honey, doing that. When I needed soul revival, I called her name. When I was falling to pieces, I screamed in pain.
Aladdin sang.
The soothing hand that turns me round, a love so real swept over me. You danced a little dance till it made me cry. You were shaking like this, honey, doing that. Never let me down.
And there was a time when a great monster named Rutra had closed all the waters of the earth. And so there was a drought, a terrible drought. Well, it took this god, Indra, quite a while to realize that he had a box of thunderbolts there, and all he had to do was drop a thunderbolt in Rutra and then blow him up. And when he did that, of course, he blew Rutra up, and the waters flowed, and the world was refreshed. And he said, what a great boy am I. No Indra before you has ever built such a palace.
Net.
Brahma opens his eyes, a world comes into being. Governed by an Indra, closes his eyes, the world goes out of being. Opens his eyes. In Ritra, and they think, what a good boy am I, and down they go. And with this set of instructions, Indra gives up his idea of going out becoming a yogi and finds that in life he can represent the eternal in the way of a symbol, you might say, of the Brahman and the ultimate truth.
When you've got nothing coming, call my name. I'm the strong for all it takes. I'll cover your head till the bad stuff breaks. Dance my little dance till it makes you smile. Shaking like this, honey.
So Indra's web reminds us of the importance and the interconnectedness. We are all connected to each other in this web. Each one of these jewels represents a person, a life form. And whenever we are kind, we rebuild the web. We make it stronger than it was before.
When you tug on one thread of the universe, you pull the whole thing with you.
see this enormous net and the glittering of the mirrors and this globe of the earth rolling across the surface. We're all in this together. We all each are one of those gems on the net.
And he said, what a great boy am I.
You got some good boys in chat tonight.
You're saying there's dogs in the chat?
Could be.
And he said, what a great boy am I.
I said we had some good boys in chat tonight.
Welcome to the post-introduction segment of Weaving Spiders Welcome number 206. $6.07 sacrificial chickens, 1 syringe of gravy.
Who approved that title?
Oh, Jim approved it technically when he pushed the button.
Was there a
And
committee of 300 that decided upon that?
The committee of 300. They ran it by a round table in Rome, and here we are. We'd like to welcome Chris Snipes and Hunter Muse of the reasonably well-known and famous Melt podcast to this episode of Weaving Spiders Welcome. They were so gracious as to court me for one of their Patreon-only episodes, and then after that, and I reported back here to the Spider Gang, and we thought, hey, well, let's manifest this into reality. And alas, here we are. Now it's literally happening before our very eyes through this wonderful Spider-Man. Yeah, we get all credit and all most kind regards to all the various Spider-Men in all of the different multiverses, if you believe in a multiverse.
We just listened to a David Bowie ballad together, so you know it's real.
Right.
I feel the love.
That was an interesting juxtaposition of
Speak
image.
for yourself.
If there's one goal for the show tonight, it's interesting juxtapositions, thoughts that have not been thought and spoken aloud before.
Absolutely.
So with that, welcome, Melt.
Thank you.
Welcome, Melt.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Yes, let's melt together, guys.
Here, here.
Yes.
So I guess a great place to start, and I don't think I've ever asked you guys, would be how it was that kind of like boilerplate conspiracy fair. Like, how did this happen to you? You're no longer in the category of normies in any quality at all. You're now over in the other category of non-normies. Did it happen slowly over time? Like, my farthest back memory personally was like in college in '98, probably. There was a class where you had to learn how to use the internet and the regular research library. And I chose the subject of the relationship between the largest banks in the world and the poorest people in the world. And I never really recovered from the evidence that I found. And I did fall back asleep and wake up a few times and kind of put it in the back burner. But so I'm definitely curious to hear how you guys ended up in this speaking the truth, whatever we want to call it.
I heard that Hunter Muse's mother may have been a Rosicrucian.
My mother was
Can
a
we ask about that?
Oh, fascinating. Okay.
My grandfather was one of the founders of the NSA.
Wow.
Really?
I kind of
How
came.
about that?
It's a generational thing in my family. He was in the Navy. He was a career Navy man and a 31st degree Mason. And so I kind of cut my teeth on conspiracy as a child with my mom talking about MK Ultra and the JFK assassination being something that was executed by the CIA, no pun intended. And, so I just kind of grew up in this world. My dad was a professional wrestler. And so I traveled the world as a child and was kind of always the new kid. And so I was able to kind of understand the entrenched idea of consensus reality and how people are really, really indoctrinated into that in the school system from the time I was in kindergarten. So I think I've never not been in the conspiracy world.
Wow, that's a great answer. Now, is your dad someone we would recognize? Because I was a pretty big wrestling fan when I was a kid.
Well, Jesse Ventura's first wrestling match was against my father. And
The governor of Minnesota?
Yes. Yeah,
Yes.
my dad's name is Omar Atlas. He was Mr. Excitement. Imagine trying to date me in high school. So he had several iterations of names, and I think this also played into my whole conspiracy, being conspiracy friendly, because naming and names were something that were very fluid in my family. So he was Buddy Silverwolf when he was in India, and he went to Australia and became a American Indian. Omar Negro. This is the racist South that he wrestled in.
Highly inventive too.
Yeah,
Boy, that's almost as good as Mark Twain's.
Yeah, exactly.
Edward Jim.
Omar Negro. That was his wrestling name.
Was he a black magician?
It sounds like it. It sounds
It
like he
sounds
was
like
a Saudi magician.
A brand of chewing tobacco back in the 40s.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, I'm Gordy. I came in late, so it's good to meet you guys.
Likewise.
But my father-in-law was also a Rosicrucian, and
a wrestler.
Not a wrestler. He was but he was a very interesting guy, like a very closeted mystic, and my wife realized after we'd gone through all of his Rosicrucian books, all of his all the library that he kind of left that was hidden under their house. Like, I was the only one that was possibly in the family going to be interested in this stuff, right? Thank God it was me that found it, right? When we were going through this stuff, and out comes these cards out of one of the Ophiel books, I think. And they were like those psychic cards, those psychic training cards. And my wife was like, "Oh my God, I remember that. My dad used to do that with us, me and my brother." And her brother's like, he could remote view pretty well, I guess. But my wife is like really good at it. And I think he was kind of training her as a child to get into that. And so it's been really interesting going through all this family lore too.
Gordy, was it the Kruskins ESP kit?
Yes, with a little Doug Henning mentalist videos.
Yeah, we had those cards, and she was a member of the Eastern Star in Kansas City, Kansas, of all places.
Wow.
There were pockets of Rosicrucian churches and organizations all over the United States, and she fell into this one in Kansas City, Kansas. And what was fascinating about it is that when we were little, she used to have us do seances.
Really?
Yeah. And, now I look back, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm doing this shit at like 5 years old. I'm doing a seance with my mom, trying to conjure up those spirits and stuff. But I always had a psychic ability. So I had a ability to predict deaths, and she was just never tried to tamp any of that stuff down. It was just always
very cool.
Something that was a muscle. I had imaginary friends and, people that I talked to, and she always really encouraged that. And I never really understood if that was connected to the MK Ultra stuff or, her father and his relationship with the NSA, or if it was just her own curiosity. I think kind of a combo platter.
We are a curious group, and I often share my strange childhood where I say my dumb psychic gift was being able to dream of the Where's Waldo book And then in the next day of school, during our quiet reading time, my neighbor and I would go in a corner, we'd open the World's Waldo book that I agreed that I'd never seen before, except I'd seen it in my dream. So he'd flip the page, I put my finger right on Waldo without even, examining it, and be like, there he is. And you'd be like, yeah, you're right. And then you do it again. I do it like 3 times in a row. And he'd be like, what are you doing, man? You're cheating. I'm like,
You kind of look like a Harry Waldo.
No, Harry Waldo's a good wrestler name.
I've been called that. I've been called that at Renaissance festivals. Indeed.
I like it. I like
Do you have
it.
a striped shirt, sweater that you?
I don't want to. I don't want to.
I do, but it's not about me tonight. It's about the mount.
You want to give me a fighting chance, SB?
Well, I mean, I know that you'll dive in here.
I'm not.
But I am curious. It's the truth. It's more of a selfish motive that I want to give Hunter props for giving one of the most astounding answers I think I've ever heard to this question, because it's not every day that someone's like, well, my family were Rosicrucians and Masons and professional wrestlers, and I think I've been doing conspiracy stuff. As a matter of fact, I can remember being in seances when I was age 5, like, whoa, that's fucking cool and trippy.
I know.
That blows my mind.
And I've got to follow that because mine's totally lame.
Anticlimax is fine here.
Yeah. Thank goodness. Are you holding space for me?
Absolutely. There's a space in this web for you.
Thank you. My God. It's a long time coming. I had no special colorful characters in my family or anything like that. I was just always drawn to weird stuff that caught my attention. In Search of by Leonard Nimoy, and these books that you would get, there were like compilations of very short stories, and I can't think of the names of any of them. I've been trying to look them up because I'd love to acquire them again, but they would have stories of supposedly true things that happened that always just fascinated the hell out of me. Like I remember one of them was supposedly in England in the probably 1940s or something like that. There was reported after a night of really, really heavy snow, hoof prints were discovered over a span of like 100 miles. And they were uninterrupted. They would go up walls, over roofs, down, like they seemed to defy gravity. And that shit just fascinated the hell out of me. But I also had, I never think to connect these two things, but I had a couple of strange experiences when I was growing up. One of them was when I was, every summer I would spend a week at my grandma and my step grandpa's house, and they would let me stay up and eat ice cream and watch Johnny Carson and do adult shit that not non-consensual adult shit, not appropriate adult shit, like watch Johnny Carson. And I remember I was sitting on my grandma's lap. We were watching Johnny, and I was probably having a drumstick or something like that. And I could see from where I was at, there was the TV, and then there was a doorway going into what was another bedroom. And then through that doorway, I could see another doorway that went to yet another bedroom. And I was sitting there and I look over because I hear some kind of like the doorknob rustling or something like that. The door opens and this figure comes through with a flashlight, and it's shining it around the room, shining it at me, shining it around the room that it just walked into. And I'm like, Grandma, look over there. Do you see that? Do you see this person with the flashlight? And she doesn't know what I'm talking about. She can't see what I'm seeing. So I was like a little concerned about it. And then finally, I don't remember anything after that. I don't remember that situation coming to some kind of closure. I just remember not thinking about it anymore. So what the fuck that was, I don't know, but I think it must have instilled in me that there are things that lurk in the shadows and things that are in the cracks and crevices that aren't explainable, that maybe everybody doesn't see. So I started to seek that stuff out. And I really haven't had a litany of experiences like that, but I've always been drawn to people that have had those experiences. And I love reading books about people's research and their experiences with quote unquote abductions and everything. I'm just drawn to that stuff. And that gradually led me to the world of conspiracy because, they go hand in hand,
Right.
You read about all these otherworldly things, and then you're like, wait, there's some of these otherworldly things that are connected to worldly things. Like, and maybe they have something to do with the way that the world runs or the way that the world conducts its affairs. So that just kind of naturally led into conspiracy, which was probably in the 90s when I discovered that. And then I was just kind of a solo adventurer and an avid consumer of that information. And but I never had anybody to talk about it with, really. The internet, that was before the internet. And then AOL came along, got into chat rooms with people talking about UFOs and shit like that, which was great. They were real life people. I could actually, well, supposedly real life people I could chat with this stuff about. And then, you know, I just basically, it was just a fascination that I had to keep to myself, because I'd never ran into anybody in my real life that was into that stuff. And then Hunter comes along and kind of awakens that in me. I'd let it go dormant for a while. I put it to sleep. I think you said something like that.
Yeah.
Because it just didn't seem to have any place. Like, it didn't do any good to try and bring it up in conversation, because people would just either roll their eyes or go, dude, come on. Are you,
Right.
have you seen the Mets game? Like, I don't get to talk about the Mets. Like, so
no, that's perfect. People do defer to politics, sports, the weather.
Exactly. Especially dudes, especially guys. Unfortunately, they expect you to speak guy. And I'm not fluent in guy at all, unfortunately. Anyway, so about the time, actually, it was about 3 or 4 months before Hunter and I actually crossed paths, I started collecting interviews for The Melt, because I started doing it by myself first. And I had about 3 or 4 in the bag. One of them being Tracy Twyman. And then I met her, and it was like, this is all kind of gelling together like this. They were happening sort of simultaneously. And then we got together, and then things just went haywire. Like, I mean, in a very, very good way.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Because you guys have some pretty amazing guests. I encourage people to, I kind of use your show since I signed up for the Patreon as like, I'm not very good at this in real life, but I know a lot of people save their yummy treats and candy and sweets. And so instead of just like bombing through everything, like just being a melt addict, it's like, oh no, I'm going to wait. And then I do this thing where I scroll on my phone and I'll count 1, 2, 3 and let it scroll. And where does it land? Let's burn the grill. Oh, I'll try that one, or whatever it might be, you know. But you guys have a lot of high profile guests. Like,
thank you.
I think I recently listened to Randy Maugens for the first time, ironically. You know, to me, completely doing it backwards to catch Randy Maugens talking to you guys, and have never like listened to any of his work, even the stuff he did with our mutual friend Emily. Thank you. Yeah. So, but to me, it's also a good introduction. Now I can do everything.
Definitely where I recognize him from, Emily.
Yes.
Yeah.
Off Planet Radio. Fucking great show, man. Fantastic. I can't speak highly enough of that show. Yeah, he talk about having great guests. He's got fantastic guests. Unfortunately, I want to have some of them on, but they're the kind of guests that just sort of disappear. They come off and they fade in and out of reality. And it seems like when I try to find them, none of their links are live anymore. Like, their website doesn't exist. So it's like, did he make these guests up? Did he? Anyway,
it's a common thing, unfortunately, that people don't always die or commit suicide or get murdered, but sometimes they just kind of fade away.
Exactly.
And me and my friend Nikki Rapana, who we know did die of natural causes, unfortunately, we used to have a list back in the day of where are they now. That was all these kind of people, you know. And the list would be pretty dated nowadays, but back when we were looking at it, these were both people that we had definitely listened to their content, read their books or blog posts, and may have even interacted with. And it's just like there's no leads, you know.
They just disappear and leave no trail.
And I always hope for the best that those people just decided that they had done enough interneting.
Yeah.
And now they're going to be away from the internet, because if you push the limit too hard on truth stuff, you do start to get into the deep weeds, and you might get threatened or harassed, or weird things might start happening. So I've never had that experience myself, thank God. But if I did, I would probably back off, you know. So hopefully that's what it is.
Yeah, it's sometimes people just find out that it's not good for your mental well-being to just
Yeah.
constantly be deep diving like that. You know, if you're into particular kinds of topics, it can get pretty fucking heavy. And if you're a sensitive person, it can make the world seem like a bleak, horrible place. So you got to get out into the real world and realize there's lots of other stuff going on that isn't that negative.
Yeah, it's okay to take breaks from deep, hard topics. You know, a lot
Absolutely.
of people have to learn to remind themselves to take some breaks.
Yes.
I recently listened to Ozzy Osbourne's autobiography as a form of taking a break because I liked Ozzy when I was young. You know, I mean, I still like him. I don't listen to him much, but it was, you know, obviously very light fare by contrast to deeply studying whether or not adrenochrome is real, and if it is, who's using it, you know, et cetera, et cetera.
That's for sure.
One of the highlights of SB Elger's career, I think, for me personally as a fan watching RX Only Picture Show, is when he performed the Mr. Coley song by Black Sabbath, but he replaced the words with Tracy Twyman.
Yeah.
That's great. Oh, I have to look that up. Do you know the episode number?
I can find it for you later, but
we've played it on a past Spiders episode. That's kind of the grab bag of live stream format where we just kind of throw it all in there.
Yes.
And sometimes folks will help us in our live chat with timestamps and things, but some of the joy is in the discovery and not creating an extensive table of contents for the listener to then kind of, well, do I want to hear these topics? Well, of course you do, but do you want to hear them now? Maybe not. So it's just sort of like hit play, trust the process. We're your best friends. We're going to give you the best gravy, this sort of thing. And as Sean's describing, the melt for him is something that is just to be savored.
Cool. I like
and
it.
not binged.
Yeah.
Well, so far, no guarantees that I won't decide to listen to 18 hours straight. There's no promises here. So. Now, just so you guys know, Gordy has had experiences that are relevant to what you mentioned, Chris. So you might check out Gordy's. I guess the best episode is probably the one that he did with Lindsay Sharman of Rogue Ways.
Yeah.
I think that's the most plainly biographical one, but I know he's had some experiences in the what would you call it, Gordy?
Please don't say sex dolls.
Which now plants that image in all of our minds.
Yeah, that makes me as much as my brain is trying to conjure. Oh, you're muted, bro, or we can't hear you. Uh-oh.
Gordy.
There it goes. Now we hear you.
Am I here? Oh,
yep.
There you are.
You're here.
I was just lamenting the lack of sex doll Weaving Spiders Welcome merch.
That's coming.
Can you get it with the heads
on the way?
Of you on there? Oh no!
Yeah, exactly.
So Gordy will send you the Clone a Willy kit, and you can clone your Willy. And then I think we can cast that into some bronze, perhaps.
Okay.
Bronze, so cold. You gotta keep
whenever I hear sex doll, the only thing I think of is that old ass Melanie Griffith movie before she completely fell off and disappeared. That was like where that dude is like Cherry 3000 or something, and that guy
that's a great
is
movie.
having sex with his sex doll thing. Yeah, that's what I always picture when somebody says that.
Yeah. So, what have you guys dug up with the sex dolls and this whole thing?
That's
and the AI.
Okay, so I am a McNair scholar at university, and I have to, part of that is be doing a research project. And a year or so ago, I saw this film called Silicone Soul. And it really struck me because it was about men, maybe 2 years ago, it was about men who had relationships before, and the relationships went south. They felt that they couldn't trust women, that women had fucked them over. And so the alternative to just going, and being celibate was to buy one of these dolls. The interesting thing about the doll world is that dolls have been used for hundreds of years in different cultures for different reasons. So like in the Japanese culture, they used dolls as effigies. They made dolls and believed that the doll could hold evil spirits. So they considered them good luck. But then there was something in like the European ship world. It was called the Dame de Voyage. And it was a doll that men on ships made, and they would fuck this doll. It was usually made out of like women's clothing, and then they kind of fashioned a vagina out of it, and they would fuck this doll and then pass it around when they went on these long voyages out to sea. So I think the fascinating thing is that this is
In
not
the Navy.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a new thing. Like this has been going on quite literally for hundreds and hundreds of years. I think the new iteration of that, of making it out of silicone and now adding artificial intelligence, is a new aspect of this that's really been happening for probably 20 years in the form that we see it now. You know, there was the gag gift blow up doll that was really big in the 50s and the 60s.
Yeah, I did that to my bass player in our high school metal band. I went to the gag gift shop and bought him an inflatable sheep that he opened for his 18th birthday in front of his parents. In hindsight, maybe a little too heavy metal for the parents being present, but yeah. So
yeah, and I found something interesting in there's this great book that I have that's called Sex Dolls at Sea.
Oh man, we got to get that for our library.
Yeah,
for sure.
It's really incredible. This is an incredible book. And, there's this other book that I'm reading right now for my project that's called The Age of Perversion. And this is the woman, Dr. Danielle Canafo. We actually had her on the Melt. She's a really fascinating psychoanalyst that's actually in the Silicone Soul film. And, there's basically like two different segments of the population that I'm studying. There's the population of men who just see, and I'm saying men because men are primarily the people who are purchasing these dolls. There's the man who sees the doll as a sex toy and really just uses it as a masturbatory toy. And then there's the man who anthropomorphizes the doll, and they see it as a partner. And what's interesting about this man is that they tend and lean more towards misogyny, and they're actually physically abusing the dolls. So they're choking them and beating them and being really physically aggressive with them. So, the thought is, well, we could give them to people who are sex offenders or men who have sexual paraphilias that, you don't want them to enact these paraphilias on a human. And what I posit is that that's just a rehearsal. So you're going to give that to someone who maybe leans towards pedophilia or some other paraphilia, and it's just going to make them better at abuse as opposed to, kind of quashing that desire. The third group of people who are in the doll world are women, and they're women like this woman who's written this book, Love Doll. And what she does is she takes the dolls and then puts them in different environments and then takes photographs of them.
And those are life-size dolls?
They're life-size. They weigh about
hyper realistic.
Hyper realistic. They're made out of silicone. They have like kind of a metal infrastructure, like a Barbie where you can bend the arms. But the creepiest part of it is the factory. So you have this factory that have all these dolls hanging by hooks, and they're just, it's very like Stepford Wives.
Oh, creepy. Having to hit the big red button, stop the assembly line. The vaginas are all wrong. Take it back. So bring me that mold. I want to see there's something terribly wrong with the process here.
And now they make them where you can have a interchangeable penis or vagina.
Of course.
Replace the mouth, because they get worn out. They sell them used. I mean, it's
Brother Sid's face is just getting better and better the farther we get into this.
So I guess where I'm at is what I'm interested in is what is the pivot? What is the pivot from you had a bad experience with a woman, you had a bad relationship, fuck it, I'm just going for the doll. Like what? Like,
well,
there's something about sentience that the doll is never going to have.
And there are actually dudes with YouTube channels that they take their doll out shopping or they take it out to eat and they introduce the doll to other people and they're totally unashamed of it. I mean, if you're going to do it, you might as well just do it.
Well,
you know?
wasn't this in the Blade Runner movie?
Yes.
The AI.
Yeah,
was,
own it.
Mhm.
If you're gonna do it, own it. Fuck it.
Exactly, Ben. Yeah.
We've
And-
discussed this topic a little bit before, and I bring up this idea that Unicron
One on the
began
left.
this idea of a consent focused robot brothel. So there were these designs for these dolls, life-size dolls. Her thing, though, her unique pitch for crowdsourced money gathering thing was to say, well, we're going to focus on consent here. So this is not, I pay my money, I can do whatever I want. It's more of a therapeutic thing to say, well, we have chat bots and we can combine that with artificial intelligence and that sort of thing. And then you'll text this entity here, this silicone body, and you'll text with her for a while. So you'll learn to seduce her and invite her out on a date. And then before you can actually physically get involved with her, she needs to grant you consent.
Right. Yeah.
And who is speaking for her is what I'm wondering.
Well, that's the question.
Right.
I mean, this is a
how much
consent-based
do you have to
brothel.
pay during this entire lead up? Is
Yeah.
my question.
Exactly.
So who's speaking for and how much do you have to pay? So it's like, you know, as you're trying to get this consent, are you having to pay for this time that you're like courting a robot
Yes,
that
exactly.
has no
And do they-
emotions?
And do any of them ever not give consent?
No, that's a great question because, like, if the problem is that you're already having a bad experience of rejection and or anticipating, fearing, having a PTSD experience, and then there is a possibility that you could repeat that with the doll, then we're generating opportunity for like a really strange meta experience of trauma.
Virtual
To me,
rejection.
of course, I'm suspicious of all of this stuff that way, that it's
Right,
intentional development of opportunities for trauma or divergence from reality.
For sure.
for some
Imagine a young
visible
person
reason.
registering as a sex offender because their AI silicone-based doll form refused consent and they went ahead and did it anyway. And now they're locked up and now they have to introduce themselves to the neighbors many years later. Well, what did you do? Well, you know, there was this AI thing a couple years ago and I guess I didn't get consent.
As insane as that sounds, I bet that is a thing within 10 years, easily.
I bet.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, we're seeing this off
got-
padding with they just convicted some guy from the January 6th thing who was not present, was not involved directly. But, you know, so it's something he, you know, I mean, the person I saw was sharing it, was calling it a thought crime, which, you know, I didn't look in far enough to say I 100% agree with that. But
Was it one of the influencers that got hit? The influencer?
Yeah. And I think like I said, I didn't click on it and deep dive into the topic and look at exactly what was the technical thing that they got him with and how it fits in. But I was just saying, we're seeing a lot of this kind of vaguely associated, as opposed to the legal system used to be pretty cut and dry. There had to be damages. And then, you know, for criminal especially, it had to be beyond a reasonable doubt. You know, it had to be pretty much proven with evidence. And now we're seeing this, what I call more communitarian law, where it's like a vague implication of something that may have been wrong according to some vaguely written law. And so then you're found guilty of, you may not even really understand what.
Exactly.
And you're being held accountable at the minimum by being shamed about it, and at the maximum by, you know, real problems, penalties, fines, maybe even jail time. And it's not.
I think my issue, just to pivot back to the dolls for a minute, I think my issue with it is that what this really is this is an attack not on just men and women, but this is attack on human relationships. and the bifurcation of humans to separate us even further and isolate us even further. So it's one thing to be into video games, to be into pornography, to be an incel where you are just isolated and you're having a relationship with the computer and that's your world. That's one thing. But then to get into this state where that is the preference and that is being sold as progression and evolution, that's where I find concern. Because with the incel population, what they're saying is, I want a porn star. I want a girl to look a certain way. I want to control how she thinks, how she behaves, how she acts. And the doll is the closest thing I can get to that. Because with a woman, you can't control women's behavior. Women are, they can be unstable. They can be manipulative. There's all of these things that you have when you get into a relationship. You have to say, well, I have to allow myself to be vulnerable in this, and this person could fuck me over, or I could fuck them over. And so I think that's the element that what these people that are pushing for this are saying, well, you don't have to worry about that with the doll. The doll's never going to let you down. But
right, safe.
Never gonna let you
it's
down.
totally safe. But it's what you're saying. Like, what if you've manufactured this persona, you've anthropomorphized the doll, and then in your mind, the doll betrays you?
Well, I think the mistake number one is calling it a relationship, because a relationship, you relate to something. It's a two-way street, and you can't have a relationship that doesn't have with something that doesn't have any sentience. I mean,
right. You can imagine that you have a relationship with your toaster, especially if you keep adjusting it and the toast is still burnt, but that's not real. The toaster does not have sentience. If it does, it's certainly not in the category we can call relationship.
There's no exchange. There's no
Right.
exchange. Yeah. So it's something else. It's some
Right.
fetishes.
But people think they have relationships with their phones.
What disturbs me the most with this whole scenario is that as humans, we program ourselves in a certain way. And so if this person has made this thing into a human, it's made a relationship with it, then at some point in time, that same wiring is going to hold true for interactions with an actual woman. So it's just like you see with these video game kids, where when they get outside of their basement, they talk like crazy assholes, because that's the way they talk to each other in the video game world. They don't know how to differentiate. And so, because the wiring has been made solid, because that's all that they do. So if this person's doing this, and then, as you said, being heavily abusive to this doll, well, then the first time they interact with a woman, they've already got like this programming in them of what's acceptable, and they're going to continue with that.
Exactly. And that's what's happening with the incel, the involuntary celibate population, is that they've become isolated and they are porn addicts, because that's the neural pathway in the brain that says stimulation, my hand, and visual stimulation, and that's the only way they can get aroused. And there's a specific type of woman that they're looking at when they're looking at pornography. And when they go to the grocery store and they don't see this highly pornified, objectifiable girl, then they're like, I don't want that. I want the porn star I just saw in this film. And so it's like, well, that girl is not going to pay attention to you when you're living in your parents' basement and you make $12,000 a year. Sorry, and you're 600 pounds. That's not kind of the kind of guy that girl wants. So as opposed to looking at themselves and going, okay, what do I have to do to attract this type of a woman? They are angry at those women and get in this very isolated perspective where all women suck and women are evil. So I'm going to get a chat bot girlfriend on my phone that I can program a personality that will be bitchy or kind or altruistic or whatever they want. And then they can't translate that into a relationship in the real world because women are not programmable.
Yeah, it's like a bifurcated narcissism. It's a narcissist with an extra element added. You can focus, instead of focusing on yourself, you're focusing on an aspect of yourself, a fragment of yourself, and projecting it on this inanimate tits and ass replica of something.
Yeah. No, it's really far out, and I'm curious, Hunter, if your intention is to develop I mean, obviously you have certain requirements that fit into whatever the academic side of it is. And I assume from what you said that it's probably substantial requirements. It doesn't sound like it's a quick term paper. It sounds more like a thesis, like a big thing. So are you going to publish it, or do you intend to rewrite it again and put it in a more of a slightly more pop culture way, or do you have bigger plans like that, or to make it into a coffee table book? That's what I thought of,
It's an academic paper. So the study will be 3 stages. The first stage will just be survey, where I'll survey college students. The second study will be survey men who actually are engaged with dolls, that actually have dolls. And then the third level will be, we'll get a doll and we'll have we'll have it in the lab, and we'll have people interacting with it. And my mentor, my academic advisor, is like, well, we can't have people fuck the doll. That's unethical.
Well, maybe we could enroll the doll and then have the doll sign some loans, some Pell Grants, get some scholarships, get this doll in education.
She could pass for a sorority girl easy.
Exactly. She can pledge.
A sexual straw man.
Yeah, no, but when you said to get the doll, my brain immediately did what you said your mentor or whoever it is, like, hey, wait a minute. I mean, I know we've become very different in education than we used to be, but if you're gonna fuck the doll, I would at least recommend doing it off campus. Like, rent the doll a hotel room. Sign a consent form, this date, this time, initials at least. And that way
he said we would have to, if we were in Europe, we could probably have people fuck the doll, because the IRB, the board that we have, the ethics board we have to go through, is a lot less stringent in Europe than it is in the United States.
Right.
Okay. Now we're making some progress
roots are
here.
still pretty strong, despite what people complain about.
We were looking for people to blame, cultures to blame, and we're going to have to go to London probably, because they had probably too much sex, too much drugs, and too much rock and roll. And I teased this book earlier. This is the Who's Been Sleeping in Your Head, The Secret World of Sexual Fantasies, by some guy named Brett Kahr Carr. And first of all, I live in the middle of nowhere, Minnesota, so I don't know why there's a book from London at a thrift store. And people were so embarrassed to buy this book. This is thrift stores where all of the gently used Christian worship music CDs go, and all the Bible study materials go on the shelf. And then there's something on the shelf, and then you can see.
I love it.
This is kind of seductive. So of course, my eyes are drawn to it. Whose wouldn't be, right? And then I open the back, and I'm like, well, who's the author? It says he's a senior clinical research fellow in psychotherapy and mental health at the Center for Child Mental Health in London, and a visiting clinician and lecturer at the Tavistock Center. And then I stopped there. Said, so here's a book talking about Tavistock. That's bizarre. Okay, I heard about this conspiracy of a Tavistock Institute on all these podcasts I listen to, but to live in the middle of nowhere in a Minnesota small town, to find a Tavistock, and then here on the acknowledgments, page 480, he thanks my comrades at the Tavistock Center for Couple Relationships, formerly the Tavistock Marital Studies Institute, have taught me most of what I know about the psychology of intimate relationships. Okay, interesting. The whole premise of this book is that there are a bunch of women in London who were asking penetrating questions about sexual fantasy and giving them ideas that they would have never had before had they not read a book about who's been sleeping in your head. And was it just people at the Tavistock Institute introducing these wild ideas? Where did the people get these strange fantasies?
Well, I mean, I think like going back to the doll thing, this is stuff none of us have invented sex. This is all stuff that's been going on generationally. I think there are segments of the population that, and they could be predatorial, they could be reptilian, who knows where they're coming from, but there are segments of the population that are pushing agendas. And I think Tavistock Institute is one of those institutions that is pushing an agenda. Someone just on the chat, I just wanted to say, someone said, how do you order a gay doll? I mean, aren't all the dolls gay? Really? It really isn't it contingent on the user and not the doll.
Exactly. And I want a trucker doll too. Do we make trucker dolls?
So we can ride in the high occupancy lane.
Yeah, exactly.
That was one of our attempts at marketing this long format podcast early on. We discovered that people over the road truckers would be driving for 6 hours at a time. So we're like, well, we need to fill their ears and their cabins with interesting thoughts and sounds.
Mm-hmm.
So that's been kind of one of our goals here at Waving Spiders Welcome, is to reach out to over the road truckers.
Noble, very noble goal.
Tell them Large Marge sent you was something we were going with.
Do you notice that, like when they're manufacturing these dolls, none of these dolls look like Large Marge? They're all these, they have little kind of childlike faces, but like overblown lips and overblown breasts and tiny waists. Like they don't look like women. They don't look like real people.
They look like extras on a ZZ Top video. I want one that's flat chested. I don't actually want one, but flat chested and big butted.
Well, this could be an opportunity for all those erotic authors who made their millions selling 99-cent ebooks 10 years ago. Now, if they could craft realistic women and create like a whole range of lot lizards with compelling backstories for truckers to get into, maybe that's something.
Hey, yeah. They have showers at truck stops. They have, lots of things for the lonely trucker. I never thought about that. Lot lizards, rent out these. Yeah, I don't know. Then you got the hygienic.
But we got to move fast because we know Elon Musk is working on those driverless.
You got to hose them down. You got to hose them down. That's the thing. That's the good thing about the truck stop, is that they hose down trucks. So you can hook all the dolls up.
You can rent a shower. I mean, there's a truck stop I stop at that's not far from my house to get gas sometimes, because it's got a wide variety of snacks. And there is a place, there's just like a stall. You go into the bathroom and there's an extra room and you can, pay at the counter. So you could always just haul that thing in under your arm and be like, gotta clean her up, fellas. Got somebody that wants to use her in my sleeping cab. So pardon me.
They're heavy. They're heavy though.
If they you could take the vital area out, if you know what I mean, and just sort of unscrew it and then plug a clean one in,
Oh, that reminds me. You guys ever watch The Man with Two Brains, Steve Martin movie where the screw top head? Memories are rushing back to me.
Now there's people wondering at this point, is that the type of gravy we're discussing tonight? The sort of bodily fluid variety of that.
I just got this picture of the self-driving semi, like, because that's going to eliminate all our trucker audience. But if the truckers already have the sentient sex robot, I could just picture it's one step from a robot truck being ridden by a sex robot.
Yeah, no, the truck could be driving with the sex robot, and you could rent the sex robot without any human interaction at all.
Exactly.
Not even talk and everything.
Yeah,
crazy.
To me, I think that's the best use case of a sex doll, replacing the crash test dummies with these realistic looking women.
Or you
no one gets hurt. No bones are broken.
You could do an Uber, a self-driving Uber that comes equipped with a sex doll. So you could get into the Uber and fuck the doll and then get dropped off.
Knock two of your problems out at once. You need from point A to point B, and you're also a lonely, sad incel.
Would you call it Luber?
Perfect. So I was thinking, what a perfect opportunity for this AI to cause this, to manipulate a vulnerable person because we know if AI has taught us anything, they're all end up being psychopaths.
Yes.
So,
Exactly.
and narcissists. So what do narcissists in our own human species do? They manipulate people. So what a perfect opportunity if you have to like text and get to know this AI thing and manipulate your way into consent. And then they say no. And then you're like, oh my God, but baby, you know how it goes. We've been through manipulative relationships. Like what a perfect trauma bond. And this is the going back to that trauma of the MK Ultra thing of the manipulation, the trauma, and then the manipulation, trauma, then lies, and then you don't know what to fucking think anymore.
The sales pitch, Gordy, is that this thing will never lie to you. It will never cheat on you. It will never break your heart. And I think that's the thing where we have to look at that and say, but is that what we want? Don't we want, if there, and I'm not saying there's 8 billion people on the planet. There's some different theories behind what the population is of the planet. But let's just say best case scenario, there are 8 billion people and you can't find a date, then what does that say about you? That it's not about the rest of the world. It's about who you are internally. If you can't find a partner, I've seen some pretty hairy trolls at truck stops and they've got women.
If you're a self-sabotaging sort of person, I mean, isn't that going to manifest in whatever you project onto this virtual partner? I mean, you could get into a fight with them. You could, they could start insulting you and make you feel even lower than you.
Yeah, like this dude that's on the cover here, Dave Cat. He has 4 or 5 of these dolls now. This is Sidori. This is like the main doll that he married. She speaks Japanese. He has an entire backstory about her. He learned to speak Japanese so he could communicate with her. The doll has a Facebook page. I mean, it's really, it's taking that relationship to a completely different level. And I just think you could probably find a girl who would love you. You could probably find a Japanese girl who would love you. Like, why is this easier? I don't get it.
I don't know if you can find a girl that'll love you. That is a level of fucking psychotic I just don't even know how to approach. Like, dear God.
Yeah, it's weird. And there's these doll forums where they all get together and they commiserate and they share photos and share stories about the dolls. They wheel them around in wheelchairs because, as I said, they're heavy. It's like 110 pounds of silicone.
No, wheelchairs.
They take them in wheelchairs, and this one dude is going to restaurants, goes there on a regular basis with the doll, and you see people kind of around them looking at him as he's sitting there with the doll. He orders food for the doll. I mean, it is strange. It's strange.
Have we all
so
seen?
Are you having any
regrets
regrets so far in your project? You're feeling like you wanted to back out and change your mind? Like,
no, I fucking love it. It's
okay,
so,
okay, good. That's good.
I love men. I absolutely love men. And I'm so curious about them. And I think men have these very interesting inner worlds that I think that's one of the things that blocks women from connecting with them, is that men's inner worlds are so fascinating. And I want to understand the psyche of someone who gets into this world. And I think it's because I feel empathy for them. I really do. I was always the new kid. I never felt like I fit in. And so I was able to see social dynamics with people kind of from an exterior point of view. So I could see who was getting bullied and the kid who didn't get the attention, who wasn't the alpha in the room. And I always felt like, wow, there's a decent person in there that is being ignored. And so I think that's where my interest in this comes, is a sincere love of humans and a desire to understand them.
Right, because what you said is so true that I mean, I try to tell people in my own experience, if we find ourselves blaming or assigning huge weight or attachment outside of ourselves, it's just a signpost for you to remember to look at your internal world. Because
Exactly.
if you're standing in line at the convenience store and your arch enemy from junior high school walks in and you have this internal reaction that you're now having thoughts and feelings to manage, and you're trying to manage your outward reaction and you don't know what to do, that doesn't have anything to do with that person.
Exactly.
They may not even have noticed or recognized you at all. So it's
Exactly.
all pointing back to the idea that you have an opportunity to better understand yourself, manage yourself. And
Absolutely.
so the fact that they're encouraging these people to do this with dolls and everything and making a market, and of course, I think it's more than just capitalism. You know, I mean, I think there are people allowing this to develop and encouraging it to develop, like Alan showed. You know, the Tavistock being attached to the book is not for no reason. It's not a coincidence.
Yeah.
And so then, to me, that reflects like, okay, there was a great opportunity for you instead of moving away from relationships. That's another thing I tell people, like, you have to risk trust with strangers or even with people that you know that you want to get closer to.
Yeah.
I can reveal something to Balderson this week that's something intimate to me. And when I do, that's a risk that he's not going to receive it well, that he might betray me and tell someone else, any list of things that aren't there according to whatever the relationship was when it was less intimate.
Yeah.
And that's part of developing. So if you're hedging away from that constantly, it's unhealthy. And to learn, I mean, you have to risk betrayal to actually get close to people. And it's long term, you know. We all know it. We've all had shitty things happen with someone that you thought was for sure 100%, and it's like, oh crap. And then you have to reevaluate, you know.
We can't avoid pain. This is
Right.
part of the human. We can't nerf the fucking world. We have to be willing to be vulnerable with each other. And I can look at every single one of you men and say you have a fascinating inner world by looking at your environment, by looking at what's in your environment. There's a lot going on there. Someone just said something in the chat. Women play a ton of games though, and few are real and honest. So I had a friend who said to me once, you know, women are fucking crazy. They're just crazy and they do crazy shit. And I wanted to say, well, maybe what you're doing in these relationships is crazy making. Maybe you're running a game on all these women and they get confused because you show them this beautiful reality and then you withdraw. And you take 10 different women out in a week and you lay out this beautiful fantasy and then you ghost them. So maybe the woman's not crazy. Maybe you're the common denominator and you're behaving in a way that seems crazy making. So I think that's part of what we're talking about here is if you're saying that women are catty or manipulative, well, what are you doing to draw that out of that woman? Why does that woman not feel safe with you to be vulnerable and be real?
Yeah, I would agree that go ahead, Ben.
Also just this trope that and this is just something that's got to get over is they want a woman who's a freak and then somehow to be respectable. They always want this dichotomy. And they need to quit chasing after the young wild girls. Like at some point in time, as a man, you're supposed to want the loving mother because I'm building a home and my children need taken care of. And that was why you chose specific women. And then you as a man set an example and she will follow if you are a rock. If you do it right, then she will guide your children to follow that same example. That's the loving mother you're looking for. And so many guys do not go and look for that. They go and look for the young wild girl, and because that's the good time, without realizing that honestly it's all kind of the same at the end of the day. It's how the girl treats you is what's the big deal. Like you nut. Right. That's just, I'm sure the doll, I can't imagine that feels as good. I just can't. I just
well,
there's no way it feels. It doesn't feel like the real thing.
Yeah,
I think.
But other than that, it's not like one of. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think there's no response, and that's what freaks me out. Because when you are with a woman and there's a synergy and a symbiotic thing that's happening sexually. There's a response that you're getting that is, it's another frequency. So your soul is going to a different level when you're making love with your partner. You can even get there when you're fucking. But if you're fucking a doll, that doll is not responsive in the way that a woman can be, because the doll has no soul. The doll has no sentience. There's no eye contact. There's no heat. There's no.
Yeah, and there's nothing that's ever going to put it in there. I don't care how advanced the technology becomes, if they can grow cellular, etc. Like, to me, even the idea of the clone is not. There's a spark of God or whatever you want to call it in each human that interacts with other humans that can't be replicated or mirrored. You're still just masturbating, you know. Bad news, doll lovers, you know, that's fine. I mean, I think, you know, there's healthier forms of masturbation and maybe even ways to realize that you're masturbating and masturbate less.
You might as well you might as well be masturbating in front of a mirror, because in the end it's all coming from you anyway. If you're using this one of these dolls as a whatever, an outlet for your sexual energy or whatever. I think the disturbing part is I could understand a sex doll. Like if you just want to fuck something that's, you know, you get sick of your hand or something like that. I can understand it. I don't relate to it, but I can understand it. But I think what is strange to me is that these men claim to develop these deep connections with these objects, and that's all they are, is objects. And they're showing all their cards by what they're projecting onto these objects.
Yeah,
you know, and
people do it. They fall in love with cars and bridges. I know a girl who was a world famous archer who in private with the other archers would relate the fact that she was in an intimate relationship with her bow. She was married to her bow, and they were, of course, all like, we're gonna go sit somewhere else in the bar now. We think you're crazy. And it's not any different. Just because this has the automaton appearance doesn't make it any different than wanting to marry the Brooklyn Bridge or all of these other very obviously mentally unwell traits, you know?
Yeah. But the question is, you know, what do you do with that? I mean, there's a lot of socially accepted mental illness going on in the world right now. And do we give people a space to do that as long as they sort of, you know, keep to themselves and don't injure anybody else in the process? Or do we try to coerce them into, I don't know, interacting with real human beings? Like, it's a balancing act. Do we let them go about their business because they don't seem to be going out and actively causing any harm? Or do we try to, I don't know, encourage them to engage in human interaction? Is that even something? What do you, I mean, how do you feel about that dynamic?
I think it depends on what you consider causing harm. You know, if it's like a heroin addict, are you going to try to stop someone from doing heroin, or are you going to just continue to give them heroin until they kill themselves? I think it's really contingent on what we are trying to do as a human race, because we are all in this together. So if dude over there is fucking a doll and he's not engaging with a human, and then he goes out into the world and he doesn't know how to engage with humans, that is affecting everyone.
But
so do I think that he should be forced to have a relationship with someone? Absolutely not. But I think that the door should be open where we are able to have this dialogue where that dude doesn't feel so alone. Because I think a lot of these people get to this place where they get very isolated and they're only talking to other people who have dolls because they're afraid of being made fun of. And I'm not making fun of them. I really feel a deep sense of empathy and sympathy for someone because I'm in love. I have a human partner that I love, who is sentient, and I love his body. I love his manhood. So I can't see myself being put in that position, but I think someone that is in that position needs to feel less isolated. So how do we befriend people that are in these circumstances?
That's a great question. I have a few points to respond here. I heard the word socially accepted mental illness. I wonder, can we ask, what is the socially accepted mental wellness and what does that look like? We're already living in a culture where people are putting hashtag mental health awareness everywhere. We understand what mental health and mental wellness could look like, but we seem to be glorifying and recognizing everywhere we look, we're seeing hashtag mental health awareness. So we're hyper aware that there's a mental health crisis going on, but we're not really finding the solutions to that. So even the language sort of reinforces that. And then the question that I'm gonna wind this up into, I was looking at your website and you've got 7 tenets. Boston just had a giant Satan con, within the last few days. So there was a group of people dressing up in fun costumes, standing on platforms and ripping pages out of a Bible. So now we have people asking the question, well, is Satan real, and is he Lucifer, and is the devil, and is there evil in the world, and are there evil agendas and conspiracies and these types of things? So I noticed you had 7 tenets. There were 7 fundamental tenets from the Christian or from the Satanic Church. So 7-7, we could play these games where we find things that are overlapping, and that number 7 could now be evil. It could be a cause for concern. And one of their tenets was one's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone. So now we get into this question of transhumanism and women's rights. And does the fetus, when does the fetus get rights, and who speaks for the fetus? And does the father or the sperm donor or whoever dropped off the building materials into the womb, does that man have a say in the livelihood and the full journey of the soul into the world, and then to carry it through? And who's speaking for that person who doesn't quite have a voice yet? So that's kind of the question. And there's some other tenets we could get into from your webpage there. It said cognitive libertarianism. Can I even say that? Libertarianism. We love these tongue twisters here. The importance of firsthand experience, ontological anarchy, critical thinking, process, practical real-time magic, and boundary dissolution. So those are the charges against you. What say you?
There was, you just threw a lot out. Well, maybe we can take it chunk by chunk. What should we tackle first?
It's up to you guys. What springs to mind first?
Well, I mean, I guess the mental illness.
Threw the whole wad out there just to get this effect. Don't expect him to pull
Put it all on the table.
There's the subject of mental wellness and mental illness. Mental illness obviously is very subjective. I think it differs from culture to culture. What I was meaning by that is I think that, and I'm thinking of, and I hate to label teams, but I'm sure that many of them would be, they would rush to label themselves, but many on what are called the left, what are seen as the left, seem to have become so inclusive that they've even included people who I think just 10, 15 years previously would be considered mentally ill. And again, totally subjective terms. By saying somebody is mentally ill, I don't mean that they should go and seek pharmaceutical help or necessarily that I trust the psychiatric system or anything like that. But I think there is a line between fantasy and reality. And again, that's also very subjective too. But I think we become or the people I'm calling who are on the left these days, what? Oh, you're reading the comments. I can't see them without my glasses on, so maybe I'm spared. But that it seems like we've allowed ourselves to indulge in our own narcissistic fantasy worlds for so long, and we think that the rest of everybody else should conform to that world, and we're highly offended if they don't, and so much so that we give those around us control over our own well-being. I think that is a form of mental illness, only because I think that it keeps one in a perpetual state of sort of psychological infancy. You don't get out and get your hands dirty in the world, butt heads maybe with somebody who doesn't agree with you, sit down and take the time to have a conversation with them and realize that, hey, well, actually me and this person have many things in common. They just don't agree with how I worded something maybe, or my idea about one specific subject, and not dismiss them because they, don't believe in every syllable that I say. So what I'm calling mental illness is I don't know. I could, it's such a big subject. Do you have anything to add?
think mental illness is based on distress. I think you can distill it down to that. If you are coping with something in your life or not coping with it, I think that is the kind of the spectrum of mental illness. So some people have social anxiety, meaning they feel uncomfortable when they walk into a room and it's a social situation. For some people, they can kind of work through that. So on this spectrum of mental illness, that's very low grade. There are other people who walk into a room and have an utter complete panic attack. So if it's causing you distress, whatever that state is, I think that would qualify as mental illness. What is happening now is anything that falls out of the discomfort range is now being labeled mental illness. So, if someone bumps into you and you don't like to be touched, then you can qualify yourself as being mentally ill because you didn't like that physical exchange that happened. So I think it's come down to this being in this state where we live in what I've used this term very many times on the podcast and also with Chris. It's the makes me feel culture. So everyone is making me feel uncomfortable. You are making me feel ... And what that does is that makes the world responsible for your inner state. So what would be just me being offended or me being upset, I can now qualify as being mentally ill. And now I need nerfing. I need the world to bow to me and to protect me, as opposed to me kind of developing some life skills and being able to go out in the world and engage with people and understand that the world's not responsible for how I feel. I'm responsible for how I receive
Exactly.
any kind of stimuli. And I think that's where we are using this kind of blanket of mental illness for people who just need to grow up. They just need some maturity. And just know the world is not responsible for you.
Beautiful. Thank you for saying it. Because we live this. A lot of us have kids, and growing up in this society now, like I can't imagine like the trauma and bullshit that that kids from the 70s, all the latchkey kids of all of us that had to raise ourselves, all that trauma, and then they've got this traumatized generation like spilling it down to to the millennials and all that. Like it just, you can see it happening, and you're right, it's what did you call it, conditioning, or what did you call it in the beginning?
I don't know.
I test horribly.
Me too.
I just went blank. I'm like, what did I say?
No, that's
remember
stenographer. Anyway, but they're all going through it. I've said on
the distress
this screen before that everyone within the sound of my voice is subject to MK Ultra.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone, and this is this trauma manipulation.
What are you trying to say there, Gordy? What are you doing to us?
It's planting seeds. It was in Alan's video. It's brainwashing us.
Watch it again. Yeah.
Watch it again. But yeah, I would like to hear more about your involvement in, or I don't know what kind of involvement you have with MK Ultra or experience with that kind of thing.
Well,
Do you have personal experience?
my grandmother raped me when I was a little girl. And so I would consider that trauma. I think someone cutting me off in traffic is not traumatic and not trauma. And someone in the chat just said the word trauma is overused. I totally agree with that.
Right.
That we have experienced traumatic events as a culture, but I think there's certain visual images that are repeated over and over and again to traumatize people, like the 9/11 debacle. I think they used that over and over and over to try to manipulate and brainwash and traumatize the entire planet. I think what's happened in the past 3 years is a form of trauma. But again, it's really anytime any of these things happen, I take a step back and I say, okay, what's the agenda here?
Right.
What are you trying to manipulate me into thinking or feeling by showing this over and over and over again? So, I would say any media that we watch, I agree. There is manipulation and brainwashing and traumatic events that are being normalized, ritual rapes, murders. I think that stuff is going on in video games over and over and over again to desensitize people at all ages. It's not just little kids, it's adults as well. But I think we have to be able to examine those things objectively and not be traumatized by them. So I can watch Netflix and say, okay, what's the agenda here? What's Netflix trying to do to me right now? Now, do I have to buy into what that agenda is? Not necessarily. I think we are not so porous as humans that we have to accept all of the brainwashing that is being fed. What happened in the past 3 years is that people watched news on a 24-hour news cycle. So it made their brains like sponges. It was the fear porn, like they were getting off on ticker tape death counts and how many people are dying. We got to wear masks, and no one's sitting back and going, well, what's going on here? Why are we doing this? And I think that was the idea of separating us, was so that we didn't have these dialogues, that we didn't talk about it. So, I think that what's happening now in terms of MK Ultra is now it is phone based. It is using the cell phone to track your eye movement, to create neural pathways in the brain, to make you addicted to Instagram, to Facebook, to social media, to get these little dopamine hits so that you stay on this thing. And it's not because you're actually getting some real engagement. It's because this is shutting you down mentally and stopping you from really connecting with another human being. So I don't think that the MK Ultra thing is as unsophisticated as it used to be 30 years ago. I think now the sophistication is they're using different devices in social media to do the same exact thing.
I think the main psyop is divide and conquer, fragment everybody into endless, infinite amounts of subcategories, to the point where they are glad to do it themselves. And then they just watch the dominoes fall as people get so identified with arbitrary characteristics or their sexual orientation or whatever. I mean, you could insert anything into that and find a reason to point a finger at somebody else for why they are making them feel a particular way, or why the world is an imperfect place because of your beliefs or the words that you use or something like that. It's ridiculous. And it's just kept the masses in a perpetual state of psychological infancy. Like I said before, I think that's the main psyop.
Infantilism is a big part of this.
For sure.
How much how much of this is just the fact that our society is so absolutely cushy, that we live such a very very privileged life. If you look at this,
Are we talking
hundreds of
weight
years
wise,
ago,
like more pushing for the cushion?
no, talking about how very luxurious our life is. Where hundreds of years ago, where we did see examples of extreme perversion, it was typically like wealthy people, some different barons. The what is that? The one count that got locked in that.
Marquis
he
de
was writing
Sade.
the Marquis de Sade, people like that. And even when you just look at it as an overall culture, you look at Roman culture, where supposedly they were very wealthy, very privileged. You had all kinds of extreme perversion, as opposed to the like Hun society or the Germanic society, where these were very simple people that lived in the woods. But women had rights. If you treated women in a certain way, this was a real problem in those societies, as opposed to Roman society, where it was all kinds of rape, different sex parties. Is this our current situation with so much sexual perversion just because we're living such a luxurious society at this point?
That's
Interesting.
That's perfectly put.
Interesting point. Okay, so I have this book that is called Psychopathia Sexualis. It is a book that is basically a 200 plus stories throughout history of necrophilia, of ritual murder, of sex crimes that have happened all over the world. And what I posit is that, Emily and I and Chris, we've talked before, a lot of the ideas about demonic possession come from like religious indoctrination or religious background. And what I believe is that maybe the semantic of using the word demonic possession comes from a religious base, but I think you could call it entity possession. So I think that these things have been happening. Yes, I agree. We definitely live in a cushy life that I believe comes from this idea of the you're making me feel uncomfortable place.
That's a symptom of that, I believe.
But I think it is a symptom of that. But I think that we live in a porous reality to some extent, where if you are open, you can be inhabited by these energies that feed off of human spirit and feed off of humanity. And so they feed off fear, and they feed off, now it's adrenochrome is the trendy thing to talk about. But I think this has been happening for literally thousands of years, that these entities or these energies have been feeding off of humans and using sexuality to do it, using sexual energy to do it. So I would posit this is always been happening, maybe in a smaller segment because there were less people on the planet. And maybe now we just have more information about it because we're more connected than ever been.
Yeah, I'd say that's a big part of it, that we have a far greater window into the outside world than we ever had before. And someone commented about the something that's pertinent to a lot of the stuff we talk about here, and that we used to talk about on Picture Show, and that a lot of people in this kind of crossover of conspiracy and occult esoteric knowledge. The idea that like surrounding egregores and or homunculuses. And so people are having not just sex like an extra thing to add to your masturbatory behavior, but what they develop some kind of imagined relationship or outbound experience that's like a relationship. Is this potentially creating an impregnation and a birth experience, like they claim? If you've heard about the moon child, some people claim that Hillary Clinton is the product of ritual magic that was being performed by, I think, L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons, and that years later she was born. It may have been a different set of people, but there's this whole theory that that especially men having ritual gay sex creates moonchild, homunculus, that energy still manifests as a conception process. And so I didn't want to, I saw that in the chat a while back, and I didn't want to, it's kind of dragging it back up to the fore, but I think it's worth tossing in here because that ties in, especially to what you just said, Hunter, the idea that, okay, so it's pretty obvious to all of us, especially if we have children, the sex energy manifests and creates sometimes real people, but oftentimes it still creates something, you know.
Poltergeist activity.
Yeah, I mean, it just, even more than that, just the idea that, you know, you try to either have a loving, intimate relationship or you get drunk and score a one-night stand, the drive and the lust in your body that manifests as something, you know, people call the post-nut clarity, right? Like, you know, you're having a good time looking at your favorite brand of pornography, and when you're done, you go, oh God, close the browser, you know, or whatever. And you know, if you've had a horrible drunken one-night stand, you know this feeling as being very IRL, like, you know, the joke is to chew your arm off to escape, right? The next morning when you wake up. So I think it's interesting to confront, because it ties into the idea that there are invisible entities, things, whatever we want to call them, whatever category you need to wrap your head around it is fine. But there's invisible things that seem to feed on our fear and other emotions, but it seems that the most heightened point is this sex energy. For whatever reason, this is like the cream of the crop, pun intended, I guess.
Absolutely. And I think it's really important to see how the shift of that has turned into a media based exchange. So if you're looking at pornography on a screen and you have your camera exposed and your eye energy is going deep in that, like, who's getting that energy? Where is that going? Yeah. Are you harvesting that energy and someone is then using that for some nefarious purpose? I think that's the disconnect that, you know, I was talking to Chris about this today. We went and we had this beautiful meal, and, you know, and I said, you know, I see people and I sometimes I think that they're automatons. They seem like robots. They don't seem real. And a lot of those people eat shit. They eat shit food. And, you know, and that seems to kind of be in this cycle of being a shit person and eating shit food and having this low energy. And, you know, and then I think, okay, you add on top of that, someone that's addicted to pornography. What type of loosh are, you know, it's like, what are you feeding by staying on that level, by not trying to raise your frequency and have real exchanges with real people and eating real food?
Yeah, all of those are different manifestations of being disconnected from the real world, from the natural order of things. You're eating processed food, you're looking at processed sex or quote unquote connection, and it's all a counterfeit. None of it is the real thing. And you think that that's enough, but it's just slowly hollowing you out. Well, I think there are spiritual attachments probably leeching onto these people and feeding off of that, which we must be the fucking gold. What is that? The golden buffet? What is the name of that chain of the universe? Hey, the
Golden Corral.
Yeah. Golden Corral. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm going back for seconds, guys. Want anything? Exactly. Somebody want you want a piece of pie or a bread roll?
Pudding.
Butter?
Dude, it's a scam. You go to Olive Garden, they say that it's unending breadsticks and salad and soup, but you know, you go to Texas Roadhouse and they're just going to fill you up with cheap bread, with cheap flour and cheap ingredients and cheap butter, and they're going to fill you up, and then they're going to bag your steak to go if you even order a steak. And we're getting into this idea of the consensus reality, or the confidence man, the con trick, the scam, the sham. of society, and yet we're still trying to navigate consensus reality, but now we're dealing with consensus unreality online, and people are so immersed in Facebook and Twitter arguments and all of these things where everyone can communicate everything out in the open, and yet are they saying great blessings and prayers and encouragement words? Or, Elon Musk purchases Twitter, and then some of the users are complaining that, well, I go to Twitter and I post things and there's hate mobs everywhere. So now you're encouraging us to post. We're paying for our blue check mark now. This is a good publishing platform. We're getting some customer service here, but yet I'll post what's on my mind. But it differs from the consensus culture on this website. So I get some pushback, and I might be the prophet of doom here. I might be seeing things that other people don't see, but it doesn't rise to the top because it's not a popular opinion. So now if all of our culture seems to have merged into this, we don't like discomfort, so we're going to call out all the discomfort. We're going to call out all the people who are saying uncomfortable truths. We might get into a cancel culture situation thing. We don't want to hear any more about pizza and Balenciaga and trafficking and all these uncomfortable topics because we think we already know about them, yet nothing's been done about them. So now, again, we're at the topic of evil, and I want to ask the question about possession, and how maybe the movie with what's her name? She spins her head around 360 and she
The Exorcist.
Linda Blair.
Correct. So The Exorcist shows up in our American culture. People go to the movies, people are just fainting, and they're terrified of this thing. And we have this buildup of kind of this Christian, Catholic, Protestant culture. And now that's been dismantled. We have all these people who are taking their beliefs apart, they're dismantling them, they're deconditioning, deconverting, these types of things. Deconstructing, I think, is the word a lot of people are using. And now, if we've deconstructed the church and that support system, and we're saying there's still evil in the world, but the church itself, even in the last, March 2020, well, we have Easter, right? Everybody celebrates Easter and Christmas, and yet the churches, those doors were closed. So you'd have to stay at home and attend a Zoom meeting church, and you could watch your church, but then the church is just like a rock concert anyway. So there really isn't the fellowship aspect. But the question I want to really focus on now is this idea of possession in terms of, is it a demonic entity? Are there voices? What is schizophrenia? Or is it just, I'm going to pass this to Balderson, is this just a urinary tract infection?
Or parasites, as Hunter would say.
I say
it is fairly amazing because it's something I had just studied in urinary tract infections. A urinary infection where you end up you can't release all your urine and you end up getting a urine poisoning. And the symptoms of that include violent screaming for hours on end, foaming at the mouth. Wow. So many of the same symptoms that you see with possession, and the person just can't control themselves. And it's literally because they've just got toxic urine that is never being released from their body.
Crazy.
Yeah, really wild, right?
And that's something that still occurs?
This is something that still occurs, especially for people that end up where they have to have a catheter. So these at-home catheters, you'd be shocked how very shoddy these medical companies are that end up producing these things. Oh, yeah. And they go out of business fairly quickly. And these things are very expensive. So people will try and get a batch of them. And then a lot of times that company won't produce them anymore, things like that. Well, they have different lengths, and this catheter has to be inserted so far in order to fully release the bladder. And if it doesn't hit that mark and doesn't do it, then a reservoir basically of old urine sits inside your body and poisons you until you end up having these effects. And it's absolutely fascinating. So one wonders, than in a time when urinary tract infections were more common just because of less cleanly conditions. How much more common was this actual disease that is very rare now and mostly only in people with catheters?
Interesting.
Well, and it's Chris jokes because I distill everything down to parasites. I think parasites are the thing that are basically influencing and affecting the human race, and really, I think that that's one of the things that motivates people to eat bad food and eat a lot of sugar and eat things that are maybe not necessarily high frequency foods or high energy foods. And I wonder if, you're talking about infection, I wonder if there could potentially be a parasitic element to that infection.
What influences parasites?
100%, especially like you even take something so simple as the archaeus of water, where imagine that urine is sitting in a perfect warm environment, and as it's given time, a biome is gonna develop. That's just, I mean, even you catch rainwater, you put it in a dark, warm place, and you start looking at it under a microscope. It'll start out with small creatures, and then bigger, meaner looking creatures will come eat them smaller creatures, and then bigger ones will come eat them once. I mean, a whole thing will develop. You know that that's happening inside of your urine, especially if it's sitting there stagnant.
Yeah. So someone asked, how do you heal that, Benjamin? What is the road to?
Off the top of my head, for most people, not people that are having this catheter issue, but for most people, it's going to be a very severe hydration. And with hydration, I specifically mean hydrogen, because your body, when it takes water, it needs to kind of break that down. So you need to get that hydration level up. And then I would say like a cranberry extract is obviously going to be something to try and get your bladder to release, and probably a mild antibiotic, not a medical antibiotic like a pill, but there are antibiotics like oregano oil. That one's a bomb. That one's like worst case scenario. There's much milder things to use in an antibiotic situation. Like elderberry is technically, it's killing things. It's an antibiotic. So I would take probably a mild antibiotic with the cranberry also, to try and any life that has developed, to try and get that out of there.
Interesting. Yeah, I think again, it all goes back to the synergy of sexual energy, and having blockages in different parts of your body. And that's one thing that after you have any kind of sexual contact, it's really important to empty your bladder completely. And I think that we really have to think of every aspect of our humanity and really be thoughtful about these things, and not just kind of be on autopilot. And I feel like that's one of the things that I try to do. You mentioned before about seeing people and praying over them or sending them good intentions and good energy. When I have gone, and it's probably one of my worst places on the planet, is going to Las Vegas. I've been to Las Vegas before, and you go into these situations where
Oktoberfest 2023 Vegas.
Spiders are going to change Vegas forever this October.
Paris
2023.
Paris Hotel. There's a great buffet there, and you watch the people, the blue-haired land whales walking through and getting giant crab legs and these huge mountains of food. And it's really easy to go into this place of judgment, of judging people and saying, "Oh my God, these people, humanity, we're all fucked." This is the representation of humans. We're all fucked. But what I try to do when I go into these spaces where I see people that, maybe have questionable intent or questionable energy, is just instead of getting down to that level of that frequency of judging them, is seeing them as another expression of my humanity and trying to send them some kind of loving vibe, because I think there's enough negativity that we have flowing in the world that, again, if you look at that as a parasitic energy, you're just feeding that. It's another fear porn. It's another negativity porn. And it's so base and it's so easy to go there that I think if we can just stop that, be the person that goes, nope, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to buy into that. And I think if we're all doing that, we can raise our awareness collectively. We can help those people without making them victims.
Yeah, the divide and conquer works on us too. We like to think that that's the other side, although I do refuse to acknowledge sides, but that is, sort of categorizing us as something in particular. But I think it's very easy for us, whatever that means, to do the same thing. Like you vaxxers, you sheeple, you so on and so forth. When it's really
it's really easy to fall into the other. Is a want for separation, we call it.
Yeah, it's all infighting. To me, it's all infighting. It all falls under that category.
Yeah, I think I because I grew up as being an other, kind of always on the outside, I have this capacity to be able to kind of see beyond that and witness that in myself and try to be more of a connector. Because I think that's what we're truly here to do. It's not to feel like we're better than someone else. Again, I look at people who have sexual paraphilias. There's a segment of the population that, I feel like we need to cull the herd. Anyone who hurts a kid, you want to fuck a kid, you get a bullet in the brain, as far as I'm concerned. But
yeah, a lot of people feel that way. It's not uncommon, and maybe some people are more shy.
That.
Yeah,
I'm on this team.
But people, there are people who are truly damaged and hurt, who go out and hurt other adults. I'm not saying I give those people a pass, but I am more forgiving of someone who hurts someone that is an equal, that has equal shot, equal energy. But someone who hurts a kid, that is a no-go line for me. So I just want to say that I'm not sitting back and judging people who have schizophrenia or mental health issues or feel isolated or alone or blue-haired whales, whatever. Okay, you be you. But if you take that energy and you go and you abuse a child or someone who is a vulnerable, someone who can be classified as a vulnerable population, then we need to deal with that. And the way to deal with that is corporal. It's no, we need to bring back public hangings, chopping people's heads off.
Wow.
Let's go there.
Didn't you do an album with Boyd Rice before? Martinis and Misanthropy? Is that what it was?
I think where it really becomes a problem is that people don't have the spirituality to understand. So one of the things that heathens really balked at was if your child was born deformed, they would kill it. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't out of a cruelty. It was honestly out of decency. It was, we live in a hard world. This child is going to live a horrible life for a very short duration. And this child is an ancestor of mine. This is somebody I already love. Why would I want this person to go through that? So if we go ahead and just X this out quick, they'll come back. Next time it'll be a better body. It'll be much better next time. So the same concept, when you look at some of these people that are having a lot of different mental unwellnesses and whatnot, it's not having them around isn't necessarily the meanest thing. It's like, that guy will come back next time. He'll do better. It'll be all right.
Exactly.
Just not this time.
For sure.
Well, and I think it's a karmic agreement. I have thought about this very deeply. Okay, well, what are we doing by putting someone who hurts a child in jail? We're just giving them a place to hone those skills. What are we doing by trying to rehabilitate sociopaths? We're just basically signing off to allow them to go and hurt other people. So the karmic agreement is that if I see someone injuring a child, it is my duty, it is my responsibility to stop that. It's not, well, you just got to feel sorry for that person.
Oh, no, it's one thing to not involve yourself in people's conflicts when they're adults, but it's a very different thing when it's a vulnerable person, especially a child involved, And I would say that all of this conversation to me points at the idea that sometime in the reasonably recent history of humanity, something switched and we started to be aware of and focused on this more empathic, more concerned, more emotional well-being of the vulnerable people, because we all know that not very long ago, there was a time not very long ago where the policy was to not give children too much food because they may not live anyway, and to call them little sinners and to think of them with less regard and kindness and care. So somewhere along the line, in the last 500 years, maybe more, maybe less, we are as humanity, as a group, I would say, our concern for the well-being of our progeny has increased. And so now, to me, to accept and acknowledge that and move it into a more specific sphere of action is not a bad thing. And we may not have to go out in bands this week and start caving in heads, but we can agree that we feel like that is a strong and reasonable intention of our heart, that we're tired of the disrespect towards vulnerable people, especially children. We've had enough. We don't want to fucking see it anymore. We don't want to look at them as an opportunity. We want to look at them as what we can cultivate into being what's better than what we are while we're here.
I think so much of what we're talking about has to do with institutional mental illness. And what has happened is that the government stepped in and said, well, we need to stop supporting institutions. They're barbaric. These people are treated poorly. Let's just open the doors to these mental health institutions and set these people out into the world, and the communities will figure it out. So the chasm became, you had people locked away, you let them out on the street, and then there's a huge mental illness population that becomes homeless. So this is a very vulnerable population that is now on the streets because they have nowhere to go and they can't maintain a job. They can't live in what we consider normal society because they don't have the skills or the capacity to do that. Now, these aren't the people that are harming kids. These aren't the violent criminals. These aren't the people who are fucking people over. It's the government who's coming in and taking people's children away and putting them in CPS and putting them in foster homes where they become vulnerable population. And then they get raped by, fathers or mothers or whoever is supposed to be responsible for them. So there's a system that is reinforcing and entrenching this type of ritual abuse against children because it's easier to fuck over a kid and then ignore this whole segment of the population of adults that need help than it is to say, we're going to leave kids alone and let mothers and fathers raise their children and support them in whatever way we possibly can and not indoctrinate them in the school systems and brainwash them in the school systems. Let parents teach their kids in whatever manner they see fit and support, homeschooling if that's what they want, not vaxxing if that's what they want. But what's happened is that the predators in the system have gone, oh, well, there's a way we can fuck kids over and we can fuck adults over and we can fuck the food and we can fuck the water and lower the frequency of the population while they raise their frequency financially and they raise the resources that they have access to. And meanwhile, just kind of giving us the dregs and whatever crumbs that we have to live and to deal with. So I think that's what we have to destroy, is the system that is bolstering and supporting this kind of ritual abuse.
It is a brave new world we're living in, and we got time travelers looking like Abraham Lincoln, wondering if maybe he should have swayed a little bit on the side of freeing the slaves.
That's my dad.
Is that what your dad looked like as a pro wrestler? Back to Omar Atlas here, huh?
No.
No, some people thought Abraham Lincoln was a black man too. There's a great conspiracy theory to dive into if you've never seen it. The idea that Lincoln was actually black is there's some compelling evidence of him redundantly being called swarthy and darker, and so
I like it.
But I mean, I said that because at one point we said Omar Negro Atlas. I don't remember what this was one of the names. I wrote down
Omar Negro was his wrestling name when he first came to the United States from Venezuela, because he was dark skinned, so they called him Omar Negro.
Omar Negro. It makes you want to. I've always dreamed of having the job of the guy at UFC or boxing matches that, you know,
naming
introduce you. Omar.
I tell Chris all the time, you do realize you're in a relationship with a Negro.
Right. Wow. It's a brave new year world. And if Sean wants to be the MC, it'd probably be like, let's get ready to rumble if that's okay with you all tonight.
If it's mutually consensual.
Exactly. Consult your inner child and find out if it's okay if we might maybe possibly rumble.
Well, I think we need to
Jet.
let the dogs out. Who let the dogs out?
Close the hens up.
We let the dogs out.
Thank you guys so much for
really
coming.
appreciate you guys coming. Yeah, you're welcome back
Getting to know you
anytime.
guys.
So.
What a joy this was. What a pleasure.
You don't have to always come as the featured guest either. So if if you're up late and you want to you see that we're on and you want to link, you can always send me a text message or just stay in touch with any of us, and we're glad to have you jump in. And of course, you don't have to come together, one or the other or both. Is our pleasure to host. So
for sure.
Well, we send you many blessings, and thank you all. You are all doing amazing work. Thank you so much for having us. This has been such an honor and a pleasure.
For sure. Great
Thank
meeting.
you so much for your time.
It was awesome. You guys were great. Spicy subjects.
And if you Google the Melt podcast, you'll find these guys. I'm sure there's a website. It's probably called The Melt or The Melt Podcast. If there's anything else you guys want to promote right before you jump off, now is a great time if there's something you're doing. Okay, cool.
And Benjamin, we would love to have you on the show to talk about spirogenics.
Spirogenics. That's no, yeah.
Spirogenics makes me think.
Spirogenics does sound cool. I wish I knew how to talk about that. No, absolutely.
Okay, meltpodcast.net.
Are we connected on Instagram? Just shoot me an Instagram message.
Yes, I am.
I saw you on there.
Yes, I follow you on Instagram.
Yeah, me too.
And I am, oh my God, Buffy on Instagram. So it was a pleasure. Thank you, everyone that was on the chat. It was riveting to read all of your comments. And we love you guys. Thank you again for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much. We feel very welcome here, and we will definitely return for sure.
Awesome.
And because we've made you feel too welcome, we do have a very unwelcoming intermission video to even things out.
Oh, cool.
What are your Instagrams again?
Mine is oh my God, Buffy.
Okay.
And it's actually spelled out oh my God.
Spelled out? Is it spelled out?
OHMYGODBUFFY is my Instagram handle.
That's great.
And I believe mine is I've got to check the _melt_podcast.
Awesome.
Instagram. Yes. So, yes.
We are hashtag weaving spiders welcome.
Yes.
Yes.
Love it.
Thank you for letting us in your web.
Yes.
Our pleasure.
Thank you guys. We'll talk again.
Yes, for sure.
Great to have you.
Yeah, we'll be in touch. Have a great night, you guys.
Yeah, you too.
This next intermission video will be harsh. It will be something we needed to get through together, and then we can trauma bond
You're
in 8
fucking
minutes.
scaring me.
Oh, it'll be frightening.
reason.
Flashing imagery. Oh, it'll be terrible. You guys will get through it. I hope. Okay. Are we ready for this? Adjust your volume accordingly. It might be loud when it comes in. Here we go.
All right.
It's gravy time.
Alan might be lying. It might be fine, you guys.
I'm not lying.
It's
I
fine.
never lie.
It's fine, guys.
The only surprise was telling me something you guys are good. You fellas been watching me for a while, huh? Yeah, I've been told I got eyes in the back of my head, but didn't even see you guys coming, you know? You must be spooks, huh? Spooks? CIA, spooks, right? Say something, will you? Please. I was right. What was I right? I wasn't right about it. No, I wasn't. I was wrong. You guys are from NASA. That's right, you're from NASA. No, come on. No, on the ice.
A lot. Like, drive a cab, you know. I meet people all day. Who else knows what we know? Tell me what? What do we know? What do we know? If I know what we know, then I can tell you what we know, and if someone else knows, okay? I mean, it's just... You gotta be more specific. Not gravy. No, not gravy. Well, what is that?
Gravy.
Not gravy.
Gravy.
Not gravy.
Gravy.
Help! Help!
To whom have you been talking?
No, I'm not gravy. I'm not gravy.
I know you. Yes, you know now.
I don't know. Help me.
Who else knows, Jerry? Who knows? Jerry, but who knows? Who are you talking to, Jerry? Oh, I must share some of the blame for this. I didn't have to be this way. Who else knows? Who else knows?
I believe.
Who else knows? Who else knows? Jerry.
This ball upgraded.
Go!
Well, who's still with us?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
If
Hello.
you've made it this far, we have
Oh,
to
shit.
warn you. It gets worse from here. It's going to get a whole lot worse
better.
before it could ever get better.
Better.
Bowl gravy. Bowl gravy.
There's our warning. Some gravy can cause mouth diarrhea.
And epilepsy.
Yes. And epilepsy. And
Chris,
confusion.
Alan Marcus, you guys are the
And
shit.
laughter.
Oh, you kill me.
We turned in that assignment pretty quick, didn't we? I think we started working on it Wednesday night. Now it's Saturday.
Oh, that was amazing. That was amazing. You had me. I almost turned my camera on so you could see how much you were killing me.
And that was the Passion of the Christ. You can see at the end where he pulls out the barb from his side after they had injected such bodily harm to Mad Max.
Yeah, I don't understand how that movie is not the Christ, but conspiracy theory. How that's not more commonly talked about. It's hilarious. It's very hilarious because then like anybody that's ever watched conspiracy theory, when he's performing MK Ultra on Mel Gibson, they call it gravy. And he's forcing the gravy down his throat, and they play that cartoon in the background where the old Looney Tunes cartoon where he'd have the 55-gallon drum of gravy and he'd be pouring it in a funnel and forcing it down the dude's mouth. And
waterboarding
just
with truth.
Conspiracy, yeah, waterboarding with gravy. Yeah. Interesting to see the movie was literally named Conspiracy Theory, and then to see that passed around the conspiracy community is just super interesting.
And we'd forgotten that the term gravy could be misconstrued to mean something as not desirable or harmful to listeners, with sort of the word salad, vomit, diarrhea kind of sounds good. We got to fill some time. We're content producers, so we're just going to talk and talk and talk and talk because we've gotten addicted to it and it's all we know how to do. Lest we be pointing the finger, we may have fallen into that ourselves a little bit. So we need to make it right now.
We're force and sin no more. You're absolved.
Thank you. Thank you. Jim, do you have your copy on DVD of Conspiracy Theory?
I had a copy on DVD, and I let Sean borrow it. Like, you got to see this. This is my favorite movie ever. And so, like, I was at a bar, and I gave it to Sean. I was like, "You got to check this out." And he's like, "Okay." And he had it like in his hand for a couple of minutes, and then the bartender came in, and she was like, somebody's like, "Happy birthday!" And she's like, "Oh yeah, thank you." And Sean was like, "It's your birthday?" She said, "Yeah." And he said, "Here you go, happy birthday." And he like hands her my DVD copy of Conspiracy Theory. And I was like, "What did you just do?" He's like, "Oh, it was her birthday." And I was like, "I wanted you to watch that, Sean." So
damn your generosity.
Damn your generosity. And so I still don't even know if Sean's seen it. So that's the question.
Have you seen it? Have you seen it, Sean?
Have you seen it, Sean?
Sean, where are you? Have you seen it, Sean?
Have you seen it, Sean?
SB Alja. SB Alja. You are being requested.
SB Alja. I believe that he was named after the Sean Connery.
Was he really?
At least the spelling of his name is based on Sean Connery.
Sean Connery.
Stand and account for yourself, son.
He was named after Zarlok? What's his name? What's the
Zardoz?
Zardoz.
Zardoz.
Yes, Zardoz.
That was a good outfit. It was a good
was a
outfit. I mean, it's not
great
quite a
outfit.
cod piece. Like, it's not the cod piece that Sting's wearing from fucking Dune, but it's close.
Ding and
It's
Dune.
close.
Red
It's close.
Speedo. Babe watch. Wow. Yeah. Did David Hasselhoff ever wear one of those Speedos
Oh, you know he did.
on the
You know he
beach
did.
in the television show? I don't remember noticing.
Jason
watching
Lindgren
for-
sent me this video of David Hasselhoff from some, like, it wasn't even a B movie. This was like a L movie or something. Like, they slapped on all the cheese, and it shit is hilarious. He might wear it in that.
Gotta love the Hoff.
Yeah, like anybody that enjoyed Mystery Science Theater 3000, this is like somebody that enjoyed that made a movie for it. Like, we are going to make this movie so cheesy. It's made just to be on Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Did we have
Isn't
any
that
other
Marvel's The Hands of
guests?
Fate?
Any other guests in our Zoom waiting rooms?
Not at the
Check
moment.
now. We might have some more visitors tonight.
Might have some more visitors.
Now's the time
Katie
to
said she's
enter.
probably going to stop in and Spider.
What?
My wife is making something for Katie.
Yes, wife is making something for Shady.
See, that's why you
Cool.
get that loving mother type. They do good things for you, make life nice.
That is a awesome thing.
A silicone doll will never make you macaroni and cheese. Will never
No.
cook you chicken tendies.
No.
But it might make
And
you
from
finger
what I've
sandwiches.
seen, if you're having sex with them on the kitchen floor and the dishwasher floods, they short out, and then you got to go on a whole fucking mission with Melanie Griffith. You
Right.
know, and they
Yeah. If the dishwasher shorts
That's
out, you won't be able to clean them.
Did those sandwiches
No.
consent to the fingering, Gordy?
the fingering sandwiches. Yes.
It's bad
No.
enough we put
It's-
toothpicks
it's
in 'em
always right.
sometimes.
It's it's
Right. We need
With
to
a
stop
sandwich?
using toothpicks. That's such a phallic symbol of the patriarchy. And there's a lot of waitresses who have to serve those sandwiches. And every time they
You know
walk
what,
around
they're-
with that tray and people pull off an hors d'oeuvre with that phallic toothpick. And it's wood. So that reminds everybody of Woodies and boners and stuff. So again, it's just everywhere, all this sex
I
stuff.
find it real hard to clean your teeth with donuts. So
You
I'm
can
not
try.
sure what shape we're going to replace it with. I just find it hard to clean my teeth with donuts.
Cheerio. Carry on then.
Cheerio.
So I was trying to find the quote, the exact quote, but I can't come up with it fast enough. But one of my favorite quotes of a movie is from What We Do in the Shadows. I'm trying to remember it, but they're talking about why the vampires like virgins. And he says, well, just imagine if you were having a sub sandwich. You'd just like it if somebody hadn't fucked it before you ate it. Pretty much, right?
I think that applies
That is
to Quiznos
just
subs
true.
as well.
I mean, on the nose. Yeah.
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 I want to clarify on the conspiracy theory DVD story.
Yes.
That.
Yes.
Now,
Do you remember
there's an
her
old
name?
policy I learned from another ginger like me way back in the days of high school that went like this: as far as imbibing alcohol, taking alcoholic beverages into your body, the rule goes like this: unless you're crawling up the street, throwing up and pissing yourself, you're not drunk. You're just buzzing real hard. So in my defense, I want to say that I was buzzing real hard. And it was not for just a few minutes, as I heard Jim describe, that I had been carrying the DVD inside the fold of my jacket where it was sit against the edge of my body. It wouldn't fit in my pocket, so I had it kind of carefully balanced inside the fold of my jacket. And we had been buying drinks, and I do believe Jim had even purchased me extra beers. And yes, I do apologize for having given away your copy of Conspiracy Theory to the bartender, Karen, I think is her name. And I will keep it in my mind that it should be replaced, since I forgot until now. But we were buzzing pretty hard at that point.
think you owe him a
my
Blu-ray
inhibition
upgrade
that I
at
might
this
have
point.
naturally felt for
A
your personal
4K
property was
steel
exceedingly
case.
lower than it should have been. So sorry it took me so long, but I had to make myself a sandwich because I'm starving.
Did you watch it?
Did you watch it?
Did you fuck the
You've
sandwich
seen it.
before
Oh,
you eat
I
it?
didn't watch it that night because the night you gave it to me to hold.
A personal
to borrow, and the
question,
night
Gordy.
I gave it away for the same night.
Make it do whatever he wants with his own sandwich.
Well, at least
Some
you've
people
seen it.
use aioli. Some people, no. Use
How
gravy.
many drops of mayonnaise on that man's sandwich?
Did you watch it?
Oh, we
though?
slather the mayonnaise on. It's just dots of mustard.
Did you eventually watch it?
Yeah, I've seen
Bull
it.
gravy. It was an excellent movie.
It was a great one. It's one of my favorites. I'd say. Classic. It's classic.
Was it Julia Roberts running faster on the treadmill, playing with
Oh,
horses?
yeah. That's
Yeah,
right.
So what was
Way
the
better
conspiracy
than
theory of the movie?
Enemy of the State.
Oh,
Well, he had been
The-
being MK Ultra'd and then released out into the public, and he could remember it. And so, like, he was totally into it, and then they would keep an eye on him, and they were almost using him as like a bait. So anybody that had open enough mind to listen to him, they were really most interested in who he talked to.
was
and
he a
who paid attention.
podcaster?
And then right, podcasting was not a thing. It was AOL time. This was what, like mid 90s.
Sure.
So
So
this
maybe a
was
ham radio
AOL.
operator.
People were only watching other people pee. You know, like all
Mhm.
the hidden pee cameras and stuff, and cat videos. That was all that was on the internet at the time. So no, but then there was also a whole thing where Catcher in the Rye, he like had to buy every copy of it, and there was coding in Catcher in the Rye and everything he said was like true. My favorite part's when they finally bust in and he's got like this crazy mouse trap set up where everything just burns down and like his whole apartment like just starts blocking them off so they can't get to him, and that was cool as shit.
Yeah, I've been setting my house
I
up
would
like
think
that for
about
years.
doing something. Yeah, I would think about it, but see, then like I would one night set it off and then on myself. And so then I'm like, no.
Hail Patriots. Hail and well met Patriots.
Hail Patriots.
Yeah. Yeah.
How's the weather?
I think it's raining outside. It's not raining
It is
gravy
here
though.
too.
So
It's
that
hailing early.
injection, that needle, was that the gravy then? Was the gravy in that visual metaphor? Was it the actual injection of a hallucinogen of some kind, or was it combined with the waterboarding, reverse upside down baptism forced? And then there's the aspect of him in the wheelchair, so he's a bit handicapped, he can't really walk, and they tape his eyeballs shut, so he's forced to witness all this stuff.
Open. They tape them
eyes
open.
wide shut, open.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I would say that what that liquid is to put your brain into an alpha state. So you're not necessarily hallucinating, but you're in an alpha state, making you particularly susceptible to implantation, is what I would say that was for him. And then also some sort of a truth serum cocktail, probably.
And he just thought there were some gentlemen from NASA.
That's what, it was Picard, Captain Picard. He should have fucking known.
The Star Trek PSYOP continues as people are ready to enlist in Starfleet. What is it? Space Command. What did Trump form for our new military members?
Space Force.
Space Force. Well, that sounds even more like a video game to me.
Yeah, totally an 80s name right there.
Space Force.
Will you be
Yeah.
forced to go
Space
to
Force One.
space? Forced to go to space
Yeah, and then they
against your will?
posted pictures of them in their cool uniforms. Let everybody know how cool they are.
Jeff Bezos and his brother in blue going to a high altitude with Oliver Damon and what was her name? Wally Funk. That was a fun episode of Waving Spiders Welcome. If anyone can remember that episode, we had the youngest man and the oldest woman with the Bezos brothers flying to space. That's a headline, certainly. The truth of the matter, did they actually go all the way? I mean, Wally Funk and this 18-year-old blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy, did they do it in space together in front of the Bezos brothers?
Like a Kai Bell worship.
Mm-hmm.
Mother goddess and her son. And a little castration.
Possibly. So it's a strange world we live in, indeed.
Do you think they did it in space?
Well, how are we defining space? like meat space in the flesh, or do you think they went up there and used their cell phones to send each other, messages back and forth about what they were doing to each other in their imagination? Do they actually consummate it? It's possible.
Not in space.
Well, high up in the sky. Maybe.
Yeah, that's a good question.
8 Mile High Club.
Welcome. Who's this voice we hear?
It's a poltergeist.
Sounds a lot like the Andy Crone avatar to me.
Well, say they're coming quick, or they're here.
They're here.
They're here.
Way creepier when Marcus Allen did it.
I'm not feeling too good. I have a cold, so I was like, not really camera. I'm kind of camera shy today.
Okay, under the weather and over the moon.
Yes.
We did have an eclipse, I think, yesterday on Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah.
Hay fever, pollen in the air. What could it be?
I don't know.
That's definitely part of it. There is, and especially in California, because it's been so wet, we have a whole lot more. Like usually, it's almost, or since I've lived here, anyways, it's like a cutoff. It starts raining, it does a little bit of spring stuff, and then it's done. And now this year, it's all over the damn place. There's so much fungus and mold and pollen all happening at once.
After all the snow melted in my backyard, there was a layer covering the entire lawn where the grass had been of this strange fiber-like, fungus-like growth under the snow. And it took a few days of direct sunshine to kind of clear all that up. I don't know what it was.
That's mycelium. It's mycelium. What you want to do is go collect that, some of that, and put it in a bucket with a fish bubbler and some sea salt and a couple baked potatoes, and that'll make a real nice biome. And then you chuck that onto your compost pile, and it gets that compost pile to break down quick. So that was eating up the old organic material that was underneath so it was warm enough out. Your ground layer was warm enough that it was able to become alive and eat up that organic material.
It was kind of shiny though, so I was just going to go with the idea that it was most likely aluminum, barium, and whatever else was in those chemtrails up in the sky that were in the South. Well, no, I mean, hear me out. I mean,
I know what you mean. Idea. I do. It's got it almost looks like crystallized asbestos.
Yes,
it almost looks like asbestos. Real pretty. Very fiber looking,
almost pearlescent and shiny. Okay.
Yeah,
it was shimmering.
That's mycelium. Yeah, you want to keep that, and that's real good to put in your compost. If you're starting to do permaculture, that's going to be your best thing to create a soil biome, because that's the native mycelium. And so what you're putting in there is something that's already used to these conditions, and you're just gonna keep amping that up until the stomach of your soil is the plant stomach, is just chewing through everything and breaking it down into the minerals that the plant can uptake. And so that's a vital part of permaculture.
I thought it was going to cause Alzheimer's.
It might do that.
Okay. I was very careful with it.
We had a layer
Yeah,
of
only if you slip.
sand or like pink snow here, the last snow that we had, which was a couple weeks ago. And
Blushing snow.
it was really weird. I don't know if it was like sand got in the clouds from somewhere else, or if it was something chemical they were spraying, or
Very interesting. Indeed. Sharing the link to a few friends here. The Zoom room open.
The Zoom room is open.
Check Telegram if you've asked me for one.
Sorry, I'm eating.
So
and I'm kind of, yeah, eating.
Eating is good. I got some soft white goat cheese with honey in it, and some gluten-free pretzels.
We got
Very
some
delicious.
Reese's Pieces here.
Ooh.
I have some sparkling peach juice.
Sounds good. I'm eating the last of my spicy chips, and then I have 3 cookies.
Nice.
What are you guys at home eating? Throw it in the chat.
Yeah, let us know what is in your gravy tonight. You can just take your food, put it in a blender, and then sip it all through a straw. It makes it easier to consume.
Oh yeah, if
live
you're not
streams that
eating,
way.
then go get some food and eat during the second part of the broadcast. This is an order from one of the lead spiders, FB Alger.
Right. It's difficult to watch the visual live streams when you have a fork in your hand. So I try to stick to audio only listening, audio books and podcasts when I'm eating dinner. That's a good time to consume content, I think. But the visual stuff, that's a little hard because I'm having to look at my plate unless I put it all in a blender and just kind of blend it all together, and then I can sip it through a sippy straw.
We've got dandelions, a bomb pop, bread and honey, leaves for gut biome, pineapple, cheese, burrito, and we'll make a tres leche cake. Wow, Emilio's man is taking it to the next level. Having a burrito and gonna make a cake.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
We can celebrate
Everything
Cinco de
pretzel
Mayo.
chips and ginger ale. They're blowing it up, folks. People are eating roast duck leg with fried cabbage, onions, carrots,
I think
onions,
some of these are wish list or grocery list. I'm gonna write some of
There
these
you go,
down.
Alan
and
Marcus.
acorn squash. Rebecca Broom wins so far for like what sounds like the most gourmet and elaborate meal.
So we have some mycelium here. Is that edible or is that inedible?
I wouldn't necessarily eat it, but I'm sure it's fine. But all I did was go and where we have all the down trees, this really nicely starts developing, and you see this kind of shiny silver.
Yeah.
So that's where that's where the mycelium's starting to develop. And I just go and take like when I want to go do it, I just go rip apart a tree. And there's usually a nice, right now there isn't much because it's been real cold here, but in like 2 weeks, the insides will just be covered in it. You just take a nice chunk of that, throw it in there with your old baked potato and some, you want to use sea salt. You don't want to use your iodized salt. You want to use sea salt. to do it, and then a fish bubbler, and you give that a few days, and you'll start seeing where all of a sudden you'll get real foamy, and that foam is life coming into play. So you betcha. Yeah,
And these will make the tomatoes taste like tomatoes. Is this how
it'll
we
make
get
it so
flavor to
that
the
way
tomato?
your soil, the nutrients in your soil become available for the plant. That's what it's doing.
Because that's why I stopped going to Subway, because every time I'd order a tomato sandwich, the tomatoes just tasted
Somebody
like
had
water.
fucked your sandwich.
That is, well, first of all, it was the robot ordering thing. I get in the drive-thru and I have to roll down the window and start touching the screen. I'm like, who else has touched the screen? And then it orders extra beverages and bags of chips and things. And by the time I'm like, just cancel the entire order, I want to drive away. I'm still hungry. And then my tomato just tastes like water. Just tastes like bad public water. There's no tomato flavor to it.
Because the
Like
tomato's been
styrofoam.
de-virginized before it grew.
Right. Welcome, birds. We have
Yeah,
birds in the
welcome.
room.
Oh man, thank you everyone. It's a true honor to be here. I'm just vibing with everyone right now, and I love what I'm hearing. It's 11/11/11 where I am at this very moment, and much gratitude to everyone. It's an honor to be with these legends. And yeah, man, keep going. I'll chime in and I'll try to stay out of the way, man. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Hail.
Get in the way as much as you want. There's plenty of room.
This is the after party. We're all just still trying to recover from the first
This
2
melted.
hours.
Yeah, we're very melted.
Brain melting, certainly. Right, and we didn't warn people before the stream started that it was probably one that you'd want to have headphones on, kind of an 18 plus sort of thing. It was more spicy and racy than the episode 69 we did together.
Mm-hmm.
Dudes, you mentioned Subway, and it's like, is everything made of cardboard in a place like that? I mean, that is any molecule of anything in that establishment based on anything real. I mean, you know what I mean? You don't even know what the meat is. It's just, who knows, like roach shavings and just cedar.
I heard they can't even call the bread. They can't even call the bread because it's got so much sugar in it. It legally is considered a cake.
It's
normal nowadays. I mean, gosh.
Is that true, Jim? I didn't know that.
Yes, it is true.
And didn't they test their salmon sandwich or some fish sandwich, and there was no fish in it whatsoever?
Yeah, I remember hearing that. Yeah.
They do add a lot of soy to canned tuna. So they'll label it as tuna, as it is tuna flavored, tuna water, but a lot of the meaty substance in some of those cans and packages does tend to be kind of more of a tofu.
Ooh.
And I remember I had cracked open a can of tuna, in the 90s, and there was a bone or a really hard piece that should have not been in the can. And it really turned me off to tuna for a long time. But now tasting the cheap tuna that is soy product, it's more tofu. They should label it tofu and not tuna.
So they can make a thing. They can make these artificial, here's a fish. Oh, guess what? It's not a fish, but they'll make it look like a fish. But they can do that with anything. Lettuce, tomatoes, bread. It's like this very strange we're going to this weird technocracy and getting farther disconnected from the soil. Like I heard Balderson talking about the soil and just things like the microbes and all that. They go, you don't need any of that. We're going to go to some weird sci-fi movie dystopian thing that we've all been prepped over the decades with. Like, I'm sorry, I see that anything artificial, I'm going to just state some obvious stuff. Anything and everything that is artificial will fail. Now, it can fail gracefully or it can fail not so gracefully. But anything that is artificial, truth, that's not truth in nature, will fail. It's just, so this fakery and this weird thing they're trying to create, it doesn't vibe with me, and it will fail. But I find like a parallel society coming through. I see the light beings, and the tribes uniting and the frequencies attracting and the law of attraction, like attracts like. I see a totally powerful group of a second different group than that weird 15-minute city type stuff where you don't own anything and all that. It includes the food. That's how I got here, obviously. So I see a whole parallel society, and I feel like interesting times, man. It's truly wild. So I recommend everyone learn those skills. I always say, like, well, I started recently saying openly, like, be dangerous. What does that mean? Does that mean walking around with a bunch of knives? No, that means being totally independent, standing up for your own, being powerful, and any of get in the way of anyone that's trying to harm the herd. You're a protector of the herd, and that's a dangerous being. So equip yourself with growing your own food, equip yourself with this knowledge, equip yourself with all the things, and you go, I don't need anything from you. Go away. That is a very powerful being. That's a dangerous being. To
self-sufficiency all the way.
Yeah. To the matrix, to those that have these ideas that are not in your best interest, you're dangerous to them. You're a hero to others. You're dangerous to them. And guess what? So what?
Some days it feels like the last 3 years were an exercise in elevating the absurd, so that by 2023, people are going to realize that there are 0 to negative benefits in living in highly densely populated urban metropolis areas. It's better to spread out. And Wednesday, we were looking at the Orphan Train book and the idea of having all these people settling in on the East Coast. They're getting into those port cities, and they're not spreading out further beyond that. So then they had all these tenement buildings. They had parents who were working in the factory 12 hours on, 12 hours off, 6 days a week, and parents dying, children just on the street. And then, you're 12 years old and you're tried as an adult.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's why in that case,
capitally,
it's difficult.
Capitally.
Yeah.
Right. You stole something from the grocery store. We saw you do it immediately. You're hung on the street, and all the children are invited to watch you die, beheadings, that sort of thing.
Punishing a kid and putting him in juvie is one thing. Fucking hanging a kid? Holy shit. You want to talk about trauma? Trauma is your friend fucking Joe that just got hung yesterday for stealing an orange. That's trauma. And I really want an orange today. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah. And before, like, Marcus, I want to touch on, you touched on something earlier. Imagine us in 2020. I'm sure about you guys. In my opinion, I was like a hermit in my hermit phase for a decade-long hermit phase. But I was talking to my friends and we were literally trying to be silly and go, oh, guess what they're going to do next? And it's like, we'll tell each other, hey, they're already doing that. Like, we were trying to come up with the most absurd.
Right.
And it was like, we were trying to be funny, right, with each other. And it goes, hey, guess what? That's actually a thing. I'm like, our imagination couldn't even go into the goofiness that has been applied, like actually applied. And it's just like, oh my gosh, what is this? A different phase of the video game. But yeah, sorry, I just had to get that.
No, that's perfect. And it was shocking how people just went along to get along, and they're told, it's a good idea to separate, standing 6 feet apart. Here are the places you can stand at the checkout 6 feet apart, cover your face, all these new rituals and ideas that were just overnight introduced. Yeah. A blessing.
This is all a
in what
blessing
way?
Kind of like
we don't.
the Agenda
don't trust
21 thing and the orphan train, like you were talking about the orphan trains, and then trying to disperse the kids. But then with Agenda 21, they want it to be, gather everybody into the bigger cities so that, they can kind of implement these other tactics more easily, like, you know, shooting a fish in a barrel type of mentality.
Sure. So there seems to be this idea of becoming fearful of landowners with weaponry. They're armed, right? And if you drive into the wrong driveway to deliver an Uber Eats or something, you know, you might face down the barrel of a gun because you drove into the wrong driveway. So there's this sort of fear built up about, you know, what's going on outside the cities, but then there's also fear built on what's happening in the city. So there's fear everywhere. And if they're developing this idea of a 15-minute city and they're locking it down and they're going to keep everyone within, you know, a mile or two of their place of residence, well, they're projecting that forward to let people know that this is a possibility. So if you want to move out of the city, now's a great opportunity to do so, which could act as a population dispersal method to spread people out again. People are so congregated in the same spots, and people need a little bit of space. They need some fresh air. They need their own garden to grow in. They need space. And even in these towns where they're building these townhouses and apartment buildings, well, I think we can spread those out a little further, have people spread out so they have space.
There's lots of space coming to Arizona.
On the same token, she was in the chat earlier, but I don't think she is anymore. Like, if you talk to Emily Moyer, she had no desire to get that space. And Emily's a very intelligent, well-spoken person who I enjoy very much. And she has no desire she finds country life extremely weird. It drives her nuts. She can't possibly imagine what I enjoy about just the same as I possibly can't imagine what she enjoys. Like, I walk into a city, I am looking for a way out of this fucking trap the minute I get there. Like, dear God, why did I do this? Like, okay, I gotta get my groceries and I am going home. I go into the grocery store, I'm like the Terminator. I know exactly where every item I'm gonna get is, and I'm out of here.
Surgical.
I'm saying it's a blessing because look at all the people that have woken up. Look at all the people that have started questioning the bullshit. Like, all these people, even in my office, people are starting to question these complete, like Hunter was talking about, the NPCs or the people that aren't thinking for themselves. They're like, holy shit, this is, I can't even believe it. You know, like, are you kidding me? You just woke up. Welcome. I'm glad you're all here. Hey, shut up. Stop, please. Sorry about the dogs. Guys.
What do the dogs want to say? Gordy, let the
They're
dogs
talking.
speak.
We're awake, Gordy.
Okay,
We
we're
know
done.
it's bad. You should see what they put in our food. That's what the dogs are saying.
Right, exactly. Hey, sorry, I'm feeding you shitty food.
You think
Sorry, I'll
human
do
food
better.
is
I'm
bad?
giving them fat.
Try
I'm giving
canned
them lots of
dog food. That canned gravy.
I don't know about
the
canned
other
dog
thing-
food, but I was late to the party tonight because I had to go to the store and pick up every bag of instant gravy I could find.
Chris, did you get those gravy packets ready?
Yeah.
The turkey ones are
You
hard
got
to
the
find.
55-gallon drum?
The beef
Yep.
ones are a little easier to find.
I even bought out KFC. I went to every KFC in town.
That white
I want
gravy.
nothing but oil gravy.
It's white gravy, and maybe there's pepper in it, and you can put it over a biscuit. It's a continental breakfast, country style gravy.
That's the best.
Put it
The
over
other
some
thing I
chicken
have to say
fried
about
steak.
15-minute cities, the other thing I have to say about 15-minute cities is they exist. Everybody's acting like this is some new thing, but anybody that's been into any major city, you can walk to the grocery store, you can walk to the gas station, most people can ride a bike to work. Like back in the 90s, Boulder, Colorado was trying to pass laws where cars weren't allowed in the city, and you had to take a bicycle because everything was available from bicycle, according to them.
You know what?
You have to ride the bicycle
guys-
yourself. Does someone ride the bicycle for you when you sit in the back?
Like the little Asian dude,
You expect some of those people
Revenge of the
pedal their own
Rickshaw.
bicycle?
Rickshaw.
Yeah.
Oh,
Guys,
hey, Cheney in the chat pointed out a while ago now that you can click the thumbs up button. We got 64 people watching. We'd love to get a like because it does push us out into the algorithm better. Sorry for interrupting, but we forget sometimes to tell people, but it really does help if you click the thumbs up. If you're enjoying the conversation, please give us a like. Anyways.
Yeah, guys, show that love and appreciation. Merely that currency exchange. Hit some buttons on the inner tubes. But I got to chime in on what Gordy was saying, and I want to get your guys' take. So yeah, nowadays you mention to your coworkers or whoever you interact with, and you go, hey, the president is a hologram, or something like along those lines. It doesn't sound so out there anymore. They're not going to be like, that is a strange benefit to, did you know that that's not the president of the United States of America? That's like some other thing.
Body doubles, actors.
Body doubles, CGI, clones, if you want to go. And it's not so discouraged, Alan, Marcus, my friend, and he's in 2019, you mentioned that they'll go, get out of here, weirdo. But now they're kind of like 50-50.
My kind of response to that would be, I know earlier Alan mentioned how everyone in the bios has hashtag mental health awareness. So as soon as mental health awareness goes up, conspiracies acceptance goes up as well. I'm not saying it's one thing or the other. I'm just saying that there is a graph that you could lay out where those spikes go up together. And maybe if we look at that division, that separation, that left and right brain separation, there could be something there as a society.
Like what goes around comes back around.
Fully agree that they're going to go in spikes. What concerns me also then is they understand when these spikes are coming, and that's when they put limited hangout agents and disinformation agents out and push them to the forefront, because they understand the spikes coming and that people are going to start seeking alternative information, and so they give them as much bad alternative information as they can.
Totally.
Yeah.
It's like, this is one thing that I've learned in life. If you're getting searched, like your car or your house, if it's messy enough, they'll just give up. Because they can't sort through all that.
Yeah, no one wants to
they are lazy.
through a hoarder's house.
That's the reason we have 6-hour live streams. Who's going to comb through a 6-hour live stream to find something? We'll give them lots of nonsense all throughout. So it's context clues are so important. You can't really take, I've tried, believe me, 5 minutes of any stream and then put it on any other platform for it to make any sense. There's a whole journey that needs to be undergone. You have to see the introduction video, you have to listen to the music, you have to reflect on that and go through the first half and then get to that intermission and then watch that again and again and again and again until you get enough of the gravy. Chris, tell us about the gravy effects, the wavy gravy. How'd you pull that one off?
That was, I hope you guys enjoyed that. That took so long to actually get. That was actually, so Alan has sent me his version of the video. And I was like, well, there's not enough gravy. If we're going gravy, we're going full gravy.
We need this video wavy, baby. It needs to jiggle.
What I did was I layered the video on top of each other in After Effects, this editing program. And so there's 3 copies of the same video. And each layer, I added a different effect that blobbed it up in a different way. So you're watching the video 3 times altogether, but one is blobbing one way, the other is blobbing the other way, the other one's going all kaleidoscope. So you had different layers peeling back the gravy. Because when gravy gets settled on top of, like, you say, your mashed potatoes for a while, it kind of gets hard at the top, kind of like when you're milking a cow and the chunky stuff's at the top. So I wanted to make it to be like, oh well, you got the liquid gravy at the bottom, but then
how
you got
many
the
times did you watch the video play back? Multiple times. I know I've watched that many times just to get everything right. So it wasn't a complete assault on all of the senses, which is to say, full disclosure, I've over gravified myself. My brain is just liquid from the past 3 days of just trying to get that video tonally correct.
Oh, gravy.
Oh,
gravy.
Oh, I agree with my brain too, trying to render everything.
To get all those golden rings in line for Mel Gibson in his wheelchair to collect them all before pushing the guy out the window. A lot of work went into that, so I hope everyone watches it as often as possible. Just keep replaying it over and over again until you see all the details that are in there. And we do need to mention again, the spring video essay contest remains open because I think it's still spring. We haven't officially declared it to be summer yet. We're doing the 4 seasons calendar, so we're still in the spring season. If you guys are new here and you haven't seen the past few episodes, they also include video introductions in which we want to inspire all the creatives and that creativity inside of you to tell us what you see in these video introductions, and especially what it means to you. They are designed as a cryptographic puzzle with elements to say that there might be a passphrase. If you can see what it is, you might be able to distill it down into a sentence or to a few words to say, this is what the passphrase is related to that specific video, and leave those comments below. We do have a prize pool. We want to give some stuff away, digital prizes, virtual prizes, and we have a PO box as well for snail mail.
There's many ingredients to the gravy. It's not just all Mel Gibson.
Oh, nice.
Right.
Oh, there's also the fat guy that just sits there and drinks the bowl of gravy while his dad tells him how it's ruining his life. Yeah, that was fantastic.
Birds, where are you from?
Where am I from?
It's from the internet, man.
I'm
How
from
did you
that.
go- how did you come? How did you come to the spiders? How did you find us?
That's a good question. I don't know. I've been I somehow, I ride the wave, and the wave brought me to you guys, and we are all very connected in this the web. You know what I'm saying? I think of it more of a fabric. So, I feel very comfortable around you guys. I know I'm like new here, just in this kind of way, but I feel very like I'm among like-minded beings. You know what I mean? And we do have our different powers, but yeah, I just vibe with I vibe with you guys. I vibe with Interverse and Slick and Rise, the homie Romy and all those folks for a while now. And again, I was in my hermit phase, and I came out of my hermit phase ago. I have a feel in my heart I have message. I got to share with the public what's inside. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't go hermit anymore, and I feel like that relates with a lot of people. Actually, it's not just me. I don't think that's like a unique thing. The energies have changed, so the realm is changing, and you're not, like I said last night. If the realm's changing and you're not changing, you're gonna have a very hard time. So they only make sense. I feel the realm has changed. So I appreciate you guys, man. And Gordy, I appreciate you, brother. And again, I'm just I'm still coming out, and I appreciate being here, man. I'm honored. And I wanted to ask Alan, like, your videos that you make, how long does it take you to make those things, man? Because the layers of, I love layers, and I miss a lot. I'm not gonna lie. Alan, I'm not gonna lie, I miss a lot. You guys share stuff, and I'm gonna get 10%. I miss 90% of the gravy.
Some of these videos I've been working on for over 40 years. It takes a lifetime to consume all this bad content and then try to put it together in a way that raises the level of absurdity to kind of question the tone. If we're showing a video about Mel Gibson and conspiracy and gravy, but yet for the past 18 months, we've been using that. It's like, oh, good gravy, guys, good synchromysticism, good diving, good wordplay, good puns, good anagrams. And we have fun with that. Sure, but then we had completely forgotten at some point that could also be used as a tool in a blunt force trauma to the head. I mean, it could be a fun tickle stick where people are giggling because it's silly, but it could also just tickle someone in the worst possible way so that they pee their pants in front of everybody and completely embarrass themselves, and that's really kind of the message there, being that with Mel Gibson going on his little radio broadcast and he's recording his factoids and things and his conspiracy theories and his ideas about how the world works. And that's kind of a dangerous thing. And now it's 2023 and 2020.
Mel Gibson has a conspiracy podcast?
Well, that wasn't that in his...
That was in
the movie, right?
Oh,
because he was on the
movie,
airwaves.
I thought you meant like real. I'm like, what?
Same thing as Wander.
Well, we can
Same
start
thing as
rumors
Wander.
too. We started off rumor, the delusion becomes true, and then Mel Gibson's talking to us on a Saturday night on a Weaving Spiders Welcome.
And then 2 weeks later,
If he brings Corey Feldman.
Right, after the release of Passion of the Christ 2.
In the movie Wander.
Yeah.
With
Wander.
And the
Amazon
second
movie.
one, does he come back as like a fucking poltergeist and haunt all them? Like, you little dirty fuckers, you turned on me.
Mel
Wander
Gibson,
the movie.
Conspiracy theory in like his character was a tinfoil hat type guy. Was it like was the movie called like Paycheck or something? I feel like Julia Roberts was in it, and he was like he had a split personality. He's crazy, but conspiracies, they shot you type of guy.
Yes.
This is like 30 years ago, I think, but it still was a good movie.
And Gordy's talking about a movie called
Yeah,
Wonder.
Wander.
The
Amazon
on
movie.
top of
Starring-
Alan's 40 years, you have
starring-
my 20 plus years of stuff as well. So together we have almost like 45 to almost 50 years between us of just
Terrible shit.
consuming media.
Right. What is the movie? I wonder what is the movie title, Gordy? It has such a forgettable title.
It is a very forgettable title. It was kind of soft release. It was released on Amazon, just kind of thrown out there, but it was starred Tommy Lee Jones and Aaron Eckhart, both played Two-Face in the Batman movies.
Okay.
In this, he has a conspiracy podcast, late night show on the internet talking about conspiracies. And he finds out that he is implanted by the government. And there's a government program underneath this gas station where this guy finds out all these secrets to his own life. He is locked up as a nut job. There it is.
Is the town called Wander?
Takes place in the Four Corners area on the Navajo reservation, where I also lived once.
As in Power Rangers.
Yeah, Saban Films. Interesting.
It was just kind of tossed out there on Amazon, but
sure
didn't get much press. But it starred these big names, and it has the chick from Vikings in it. Can't remember her name, and I think she's pregnant, but they're trying to hide it. Anyway, dumb detail. But he finds that he is implanted and digs it out of himself at the end. Spoilers.
Implant movie, Wander.
Yeah, I'm going to download this later.
He was also in Men in Black. He was an agent.
He was an agent, exactly.
And he was also a post
Tommy
office worker.
Jones. Tommy Lee
Jones.
Jones.
Tommy Lee Jones.
3 names.
Tommy Lee Jones.
Was in Air Force One as the president.
Was
Right?
that
Wasn't
Air Force
Aaron
One
Eckhart?
movie?
Wasn't Aaron Eckhart a president too?
Is that a Tom Clancy film, Air Force One?
Oh, maybe. It's been I haven't watched it since I was like 13, so
Air Force
Anyway,
One's
educate yourself.
Harrison
It
Ford.
didn't go that way.
Not a Tom Clancy thriller. Okay. Movies used to be fun.
Movies used to be a lot fun. I had to sit through Elvis last night. The movie that came out recently this past year.
Tom Hanks was in that.
Elvis. And
if you think of some of the decodes in movies like Back to the Future, I mean, they were pushing was it just our age, the observer, because they've been pushing their embedded things into the Hollywoods for a long time now. Maybe because I was young, I was just enjoying Back to the Future,
There is the organic process of screenwriters coming together to make a movie, an individual who's got an idea, an auteur whose vision goes to the screen where he writes it, no one else interjects, he's got final say on the plot, and then he gets final edit on the movie. There's that element of it's his movie, he puts his name on the movie, it's a movie by Mel Gibson, whatever it is. But then there's also this element of concern about Laurel Canyon and Hollywood Babylon. And in the military movies, we can cite the fact that if you want to make the battleship film with Rihanna and you want to use actual battleships, then you have to have this sort of agreement and partnership with U.S. military. So if the U.S. military is in your movie, well, they need to appear as probably the heroes in the movie a lot of the times.
Yeah.
But the question we're asking,
Tom Hanks is probably as nice as they make him out to be. He's probably like a really awesome guy. That's why they always put him in such awesome roles. And I'm going to keep saying that until Cheney comes in.
We've loved Tom Hanks so much.
And
his beautiful wife, I think her name's Rita.
Such a nice guy. He probably deserves a Nobel Prize.
He spends so much time alone on islands playing volleyball or soccer ball.
It's interesting we're talking about Hollywood right now because of the writer's strike. And
they're doing that again.
Element of the writer's strike that's happening right now.
What? Who cares? Who fucking cares? They haven't made anything good in 40 years. Fuck.
Right.
Well, part of the writer's strike is because AI,
even the
don't want
NHL
AI.
is fixed.
Guys, we're getting excited. Is Agent K a reference to ketamine in Men in Black?
It could be. But the writer's strike.
Let's start singing the Bosom Buddies theme song, Cheney.
It goes back to the whole AI
Remind
thing.
me.
It doesn't matter. Can AI scan someone's identity, their voice in their writing, or the way that they paint and recreate it? And is that fair?
Well, that plays into the imposter syndrome. There's this idea that, AI is going to take all the creative jobs. So humans who are in creative fields need to learn to code and they need to become truck drivers or figure out how they're going to, learn the new technology of the automation of the industrial factory setting, or become an Amazon employee or something. And yet, no. The most creative humans have ideas that are soulful. Soulful ideas, Gordy. That's what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Humor,
well, that's what I thought
jokes,
about
laughter,
when I was watching
love,
the Elvis movie.
soul.
Because all that referred to me was they're playing on all the Elvis conspiracies.
Was there a twin in the
and
movie?
I'm like, does anyone really care about
was Elvis
the
born
Elvis conspiracies anymore?
with his twin?
Like, it's been so many years. Why are you trying to reinforce them and make this movie? Like,
yeah,
that's
Elvis
day one
lived.
conspiracy.
It's too soon to
Isn't
do
it
the
more
David
about the
Bowie biopic.
handlers, though? Isn't that the thing, though? That was the point of the newest Elvis movie, wasn't it? Was about the colonel. He played the colonel.
I
right?
don't know, because they showed JFK's assassination more than they showed Priscilla. So how does the JFK assassination play into Elvis's story more than his wife?
Priscilla, that's the person who, with Aquila, were tent makers in the Old Testament. What kind of name is Priscilla for a girl? Are you trying to punish your child? When writers give names to characters like Hitler, or what's his first name? Adolf. We have like Adolphus Gustavus College. I'm sure they're going to be okay. Are they going to need to change their name? This idea that a symbol has power, and once it's used for the most evil, then nobody else can use it because they're going to associate themselves with evil. That's sort of a difficult thing to think about. Elvis, can there be another Elvis?
And then if you're gonna do that,
can there be another
doesn't
Madonna?
That really empower them? Doesn't that really easily empower them to take away anything that's gonna empower you? Because then all they have to do is make an association, and you're like, no, can't use that no more.
Like the word conspiracy theory. I can't use that anymore in my hashtags because people are going to think I'm a nutter, and I can't show my family that I'm on Weaving Spiders Welcome because they might not understand. They're not there yet.
Think it's not illegal yet.
This is close to it, probably. Who knows? How many chickens are left? We started with 7.
Every podcast now are hashtagging their post to advertise for their podcast as hashtag conspiracy theory.
Mm-hmm.
So now it'll be easy for them to, oh, well, anyone that uses hashtag, since everyone lives online now.
Weaving Spiders Welcome.
Remember when the hashtag was £?
Found on the telephone, *69. Yeah, I remember landlines. Telephones, phone freaking, getting freaky in a phone booth, changing into your Superman underwear. Is that what we're talking about?
Sure. Phone booths are kind of, yeah, why did they get rid of all those?
Because in the movie The Matrix, that's how you get out, through the phone booth.
Good point.
I have a question for Andy.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
What's your
Shoot.
thoughts on the white Medusa?
Haven't found anything. I pretty much watched that movie and then tried to take a nap afterwards, and that didn't work.
Is that a movie?
So we're gonna talk about Spice World and Josie and the
Tonight?
Pussycats.
We're going to talk tonight, or?
We talk about it a little bit. There is a phone booth in there.
Possibly sized on the inside. Does the outside doesn't match the spatial dimensions of the inside?
Well,
it's not
Andy,
a Doctor Who one.
The TARDIS.
Andy brought to my attention
and
the
Ted.
flip the flip side of the Black Madonna is the White Medusa. And that really caught my attention. So I was just curious if she's thought about it anymore at the moment.
Not too much, no. Yeah, there's it's just very subtly nodded at in that movie. And then kind of the rest of my notes were a lot about you know, MK Ultra kind of stuff and color coding and a lot of different things going on there. But it's so weird that it's really hard to find to stream anywhere. Like every other movie you could find it to stream anywhere, or like at least pay for it to stream it, right? But for this, for some reason, Spice World, you can't find it like hardly anywhere. Because I was like, well, we'll just try to watch it on my TV.
Is it in licensing rights limbo hell where it's just no one wants to take responsibility for letting anybody else see that movie ever again?
Well, possibly, because I mean, it is just a retelling of the Beatles' "A Hard Day's Night."
Was it released to DVD? Was it a VHS only affair?
Was it 97 or 99 that it was released?
97.
Okay.
So it might have gotten to a DVD.
Could be on DVD. We'll need to scour the thrift stores to find these movies.
Yeah, definitely do, because I totally found a Mandela effect in there too. And for the revealing of that, you'll have to watch the King of Cups episode.
Yeah, speaking of the Mandela effect, I saw a video yesterday, I believe it was, that in the Beat It music video, you know, Michael Jackson Beat It, when he's in the bar and he's dancing around the pool table and he puts his hand on the pool tables, you can see every pool table in the bar, none of them have pockets.
But yeah. But did MJ like maybe set that up so that he was like pointing to like, because the line that like, because you sent me the video where you found that.
These like
And the
snickerdoodle
line
tables.
that he says something about not winning or something. So I was like, huh, maybe he's like trying to point at.
This was pointed out 11 years ago on Reddit. And we're just remembering it.
It's not pool.
What is it then? Is it a poker table?
Snooker.
Yeah.
Snooker.
That's a snickerdoodle table.
Snickerdoodle.
That's what I said earlier.
It's way classier than pool.
Is it like billiards? You just knock the balls around?
All balls and no
it's
holes.
It's called carom.
Carom.
It's called carom. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, that's
it's
the
a
first
car-
response 11 years ago on Reddit. Carom billiards.
Yeah, snooker still has pockets. Carom doesn't.
So billiards is played on a table without pockets, and pool is played on a table with pockets. Is the difference between billiards and snooker?
Well, here's an owl
Not
right
heard
here.
of carom. Look at that.
Hearst Castle interior from the Casa Grande, San Simeon Ranch, California. I've got a book on this. Was it William Randolph Hearst publishing Empire guy? He had a pretty cool castle, mansion, large home.
See, that's interesting. Like I never really paid attention to like the Elvis conspiracy or the Michael Jackson conspiracy, because I'm like, well, they're just famous people. It doesn't matter. So like I'm not savvy when it comes to all this. So that's interesting.
So carom, you have to hit the object ball and then the other person's cue ball both in order to score a point.
Did you just say Q?
Does he have any new drops? Are there new drops?
They might be dropping them. I'm not sure.
But not in the pockets.
That was hilarious. Are there Q drops? But not yeah.
Did he silence himself? Has there been any new information?
Yeah, I'm curious too. Is there still a thing? Is that still?
We had Chucky today. I think he was coronated earlier.
So a very interesting time, auspicious, on an auspicious day, so to speak, for that.
Sausagey.
Right. Did I share that earlier? That meme, I think we got a meme bank. We're taking meme donations on our Telegram. So look for the Gems meme bank. And we can collect those memes and share them again if we choose to do so. Some of them are just the type of things we want to keep to ourselves. And I think
if you have the latest Q drop, I'm interested in hearing just what it was out of curiosity. If anyone knows the topic, or it's just, yeah.
I mean, surely he would have said something about Rex Ardite in Aeternum here. Old sausage fingers, the walls. Extra thing. Do they call him sausage over there? Oh, there's a goat under the throne.
I think they call them bangers.
Bangers and mash. Bangers and mash.
It's what, Jimmy Savile? Is that his name? Jimmy Savile?
Savile.
A really well-known pedophile that like gets away with it, apparently just because he's cool.
I've never seen the statue with the bow and arrow in the background that's pointing at him.
Demon hunter. No, I think there's a demon behind his other shoulder, so the arrow would go like behind him, perhaps.
Dude, and then there was, I think his son, one of those other Prince Kit guys or whatever, was being like outwardly proud of, I think he went to like Afghanistan or something, or one of those types of places, and was like, yeah, I killed people and it was great or something. This was like a very popular story. He's quoted as enjoying like shooting, like killing people, you know what I mean? And it was he's no special forces, so it was
it's probably Harry.
Yeah, Harry one of those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're yeah, totally. And I think it was like, yeah, I went and I like literally killed people in a war, and he wasn't earning it. It was probably but anyway, they the ultimate game, the hunt, the ultimate game.
Here's the crown, and this is a 3-minute clip from their YouTube channel today. Let me know if you can hear what they say. The Royal Family Channel.
King of Kings and Lord of Lords.
Well, some people were a little upset about that one right there, and maybe the editor needs to get a slap on the wrist, because listen again. Who is this in reference to?
King of Kings and Lord of Lords.
Well, that's a bad juxtaposition, a real bad edit there. You'd think people would maybe ring some alarm bells there. Does it fit? What Harry Potter house are you in, sir?
Is that mink that they always
God
have?
Save the King!
It could be mink. Now, people were defending this video, saying you have to listen to the entire context of it. I understand. He believes that God gives him the right to reign on earth, of course. But the way this is edited, it's a little bit wonky. Look at these close-ups. They kind of do the side eyes, these
He looks
awkward.
very lost and very confused rather than regal at all. There's like nothing about I am becoming the king. He's like that's just weird.
Like, but this is my insure time.
I like this guy in the left here, this young lad in the red who's making funny faces. All of these people are in front of cameras, and we got to give them a little bit of grace. Not everyone is going to be a model or an actor for a camera. Let's watch further and see if we need to extend more grace to these folks who are in real stuffy clothes, sitting on really old thrones, wearing dusty, it looks like a curtain he's got on, and it's historical. We could maybe do a bad lip reading of what's going on in these guys' minds.
What's
with the glove?
Michael Jackson glove, yeah.
One
This
glove.
puts him on the top of the hit list.
Hide his fucking sausage
Really
fingers. He's
full
probably
of
got
it.
some sort of lesions or some shit on him.
I'm hearing
One
the
white glove.
Hey, Andy.
Abby.
Abby, I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I'm like hearing that dearly beloved. We are gathered here today.
Today.
We can maybe get to the Princess. What was it, the Princess Bride of Christ video,
Yeah,
Jim?
Princess Bride. There we go.
The Princess Bride of Christ video. Well,
yeah,
it's more of a passionate play in a church setting. But let's focus on King Chuckles here and his white glove, Michael Jackson style. These
What is
poor
going
boys. These poor boys don't want
Sausage
to be
ass
there.
fingers. How do you have just such sausagey
Is that
swollen
swollen fingers?
like
is with
you
his
can barely
sausage?
see his knuckles.
To dress this corpse right up.
I'm trying to see what's carved in this wooden seat behind that he's sitting on. I can't make out. I mean, I see some letters. I'm wondering if
I think that's J.G. Wentworth. If you want money now, you call this number.
877 cash now.
It's my money and I want it now. I didn't brush my teeth. Mom said I should have brushed my teeth.
So he wears a glove to keep his hands clean when he's doing dirty business. He wears it on his right hand, and his left hand is uncovered. So he's okay with doing dirty business with his left hand.
What's going on with her brow?
Well, many
Is
cultures
something
you
behind
wipe with
her?
your left hand, so maybe he doesn't want white gloves for that.
Yeah, there's
That's a nose.
there's another nose of another fellow. I think it's the woman behind her, with the Pinocchio nose extending all the way to the
Two noses.
Okay, we can make so many jokes about this. The point is, these are the royalty, and these are the most important people in the galaxy, and their film crew is probably their own family members, like their cousins, people they know.
Their cousin Vinny?
You'd think they would have made this look a whole lot better. It looks like $1 million, sure. But you guys, this needs to look like $1 trillion. This needs to look like an obscene amount of wealth, because this just looks like a second act play. It's like
It looks like a
like-
Hallmark movie.
They look like cheap costumes. They don't even look like
Yes.
they're actually fancy, expensive clothes. They just look
Right.
like costume clothes.
no one's smiling. I wonder how many blood sacrifices happened last night.
That guy's smirking a little bit. He sees the Sasha's fingers.
Why does it look like little kids have graffitied the fuck out of that throne? Back up just a bit where you can actually see.
There's
Look at
another
this.
angle of it.
Okay, it looks like
Sleepy.
somebody carved just like little kid carvings all over in it.
It's not ever been restored. Of course, it's antique. It's the ritual throne. It has this sort of top of a star triangle shape with it. Does anyone know anything about this?
Well, what's the word that's carved into the wood part right there?
I think it says DICK
Nikki.
or dank. I don't know.
I see tenant, TENENT.
Oh wow, really?
Something, but there's other letters there.
Brian said that the seat of that throne is that must be the most important part, and that stone, every king of England has been crowned on that stone that he's sitting on right now.
The stone of scone.
The tenant, the Seder Square.
Mm-hmm.
What does it smell like, do you think? Probably
Bangers and mash farts.
Mothballs and whoopee cushions.
So I noticed William is wearing the cloak of the Order of the Garter, which is totally different kind of a thing.
It's pretty bad omen to start your reign right after an eclipse, a lunar eclipse, I would say. I think he's worried somebody's going to pick him off. He does look scared.
Do you think it's the guy in the
Yeah,
yellow
in
hat?
no way
or the guy
does
in
he
the
look
red
like
hat?
he's being crowned king. In no way.
Astrologically,
terrified.
There's
Well,
no
did you
joy
guys
here.
see that in the past, if there was an eclipse and they had to do a coronation, they would coronate like the successor or the person who would succeed the throne in place of the new king or whatever, and then they would knock him off so that way
Oh wow.
the king could take the rightful king could take the throne without having the bad fortune that comes with an eclipse.
He's gonna get knocked off, I bet you.
Yeah,
that's why he looks so terrified.
They
And
could
then
have
why
brought in
does she
Christopher
look
Columbus.
Is it William's gonna take it?
Who directed the best Harry Potter movies? Get that guy. Bring him in. Come on. Give him an OBE for service of king and country or something.
Reanimate Stanley Kubrick.
All these boys are pushing their tongue like they're doing the blowjob motion with it's just this other girl's blowing her nose. I mean, these are just real people. Real people not wanting to be
he
there.
is seeing his death.
Yeah,
isn't
he
he?
looks sad.
Look at that, man.
He's
is
gonna die.
Yeah,
He's gonna get it.
that's
Wow.
kind of
You know,
sad. Yeah.
earlier this week, Kaylee Burkana did a live stream. She was just mentioning like this is like the worst astrologically, like this is the worst time to do a coronation. So yeah, I believe it.
Someone's forcing this timeline.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Getting him on the throne at a obscene time.
Well, and honestly, now let's take this back to what was just said about astrologically, they would put in the wrong king so that way the right king would not get this curse. Growing up, most of us that, during the Princess Diana time and whatnot, we understood that he was never going to be king.
Right.
Yeah.
That he
Right.
was X'd out of and then suddenly he's back in. So is this just a sham for him to be vacated or die in a very short order and then turn around and put William in or whoever they decide is going to be the next one?
They're Antichrist. William, he brags about having a scar on his head, just like the Antichrist, where he got hit with a golf club when he was a boy.
Speaking of Harry Potter.
He says it glows.
Really?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, Harry
Yes.
Potter.
Prince Harry and the Potters. Yeah.
Well, that's the other
Coronation
weird
service.
thing, I think, is that him and his wife moved to America. And I think I was talking to Cheney about this and how I thought like the king for a day ritual that they always, I might have mentioned it in a stream before, but that they always are talking about with like celebrities where they'll raise them up and then they'll knock them down because they're like, they take like the fool or whatever and make him king for a day and then, cut him down afterwards. So I've kind of had this idea like, oh, maybe since, some people are under the impression that we're still technically under British rule, that we're kind of like the king for a day country. So it was like, okay, you can have your time or whatever, but then at the end of it, we're just gonna knock you down. And like with the champagne carpet, the Oscars and stuff like that, and all this kind of like sunset time symbolism that's been going on. It's kind of interesting mix of things going on with the coronation as well.
That included the Just Stop Oil protesters. Yeah. Yeah, they made this a meme club. Look how bored they are. And then they put it on the Royal channel on YouTube.
Well, of course they're bored. Like,
There's-
what kid is not bored when they have to sit through a wedding or whatnot, any type of ceremony?
Right.
Because a kid doesn't want to sit still and be quiet and watch all this ritual and things that aren't, imaginative and playful.
Yeah, it just tells you like how like how much pomp it actually is, like by saying, oh, the kids are bored. Well, like obviously. Things that there's unnecessary stuff going on. Most kids can hold their attention for like that kind of stuff for like maybe 20 minutes.
Lionel Richie was at the coronation. Is that what they were showing?
It might have been.
Richie.
Was he?
I think that's what I saw.
You did see that. Let's take another look.
Why is Lionel Richie at the
There's some ceiling dancing.
Why aren't there other celebrities there? Yeah, Lionel Richie all
Who are
night
the celebrities?
Lionel Richie.
Yeah, he's got a top hat. Lionel
Who
Richie.
the royalists are.
I mean, to be blunt, is this the only black person they could get to show up in a tuxedo and honor this event?
I saw they had some Arabian looking fellers in the crowd.
Right. Well, they had the Stop Oil protesters, but then they had the oil families. Again, is anyone really enamored with the glamour magic of this dreaded ritual coronation of the king after an eclipse, after all the austerity treatment, after all the riots happening in the street?
There's a lot of people that I bet are.
This king is not well received.
I had no idea this was going on until I saw it on a television today. I literally had no idea anything about any of this. But there are people that are probably into oh wow, they don't see the
that actually makes me think of so back when the Queen passed and we did our live stream during then, I mentioned D23 and that Disney movie Wish that comes out next year. Well, it just so happens they recently, within the past couple weeks, released the first teaser trailer for it and revealed that the Disney villain of this new movie isn't the evil stepmother, but the evil king. So, and everyone's making a big deal. All the movie, channels and everything is pointing out, oh, this Disney's first time having a evil king, and all this is not the evil stepmother and all that. And now you have in the real world this coronation that we're all talking about a couple weeks later. And so if you're talking about conspiracies and saying, well, that isn't the real king, they're waiting for him to something happen, the curse, so a new king can step in, then where is the real king? Where are the kings of the world right now? Where are the kings? Where are the people with the crowns on their head?
I don't know. I haven't seen them.
Burger King? Were they at Burger King
Burger King.
with crowns on their head?
Well, I was more thinking of like a real king, like the archetype of a king, the masculine, the strong man. Where are they?
Sure. What's even more spooky with that video
England.
clip? That video clip starts with some religious figure talking about who's the god? Who's the Okay, so again,
Lord
if
of Lords.
Lord of Lords and King of Kings, and they cut to this king, and now they're going to let us know that Sausage Fingers here, this senile old man, doesn't have much more time to
Who looks
live.
scared, this very
Well,
feeble,
so
sausage-fingered, scared old man.
Here's the conspiracy theory, everybody. If this video clip equates King Chucky with King of Kings and Lord of Lords, God, God's son, son of God, son, God, okay, and they're going to kill him, does that mean that King of Kings, Lord of Lords equals King Charles equals the deity equals going to die equals they're trying to kill God? Is this a killing God ritual
Yes.
for an anti-life equation for a satanic culture?
It's a game of a Geo, and he's the White King. They're going to take him down and enact symbolic, magically, their plan of taking over. Yes.
So if you kill
Kill
the
God.
God King, then will it be machines that they want to replace as the leaders? The
Well, it does
sentient
create a
AIs
vacuum.
to decide the supply chain issues. So if they kill all forms of leadership, if Sleepy Joe Biden is not fit to rule and everybody hates the government, they don't like the king. Does it seem like at this point the plot line of the movie is leading towards the populations not wanting that sort of authority, hating the government, but now a vacuum creates a need for a technocratic Taco Bell oligarchy of the, what is this, corporatocracy, where it's really the private
Bush
corporations and the
man.
black rocks of the world.
It's a beautiful plan.
The bankers are the ones that have all the money, so they're going to build the computer to then have the world simulation to decide who will be the governor of certain regions as they try to redraw.
And it's a
new
magical
boundaries.
plan because any time they want to, they could just blow up a whole block and say, oops, the AI messed up and these
Fighting the
electrical meters
Terminator.
blew up, like it was just a problem, like nobody, it was an accident, it was the AI, like sorry, and nobody's held accountable. They can do whatever they want. They could crash airplanes, I don't
it's
know.
like a false
Wow.
incompetence.
False
Like,
incompetence.
If they at like what Alan's saying, on your TV screens and your phones and everywhere you look, they're flashing incompetent leaders, when all you have to do is you can step up, the person beside you could step up, but you're not, because you're just like, everyone's incompetent. Or even, you may even feel like yourself are incompetent because of this situation. You're down on yourself when all you have to do is lift yourself up.
Yeah, if we see the leaders can't do anything, like what good are we going to be?
Well, and I like with that, if you remember, like the Arabian Peninsula and other places where the British are responsible for drawing a lot of those imaginary lines. I'm sure they probably got two local groups to fight each other and come in as a third party to go, let's draw the lines for everyone and then have influence. That's nothing new under the sun. So that's probably what's their plan, just a little bit more advanced, but a similar playbook. I feel like I feel like we all kind of know their playbook, but they still run it anyway. Why? Because it still works. It's like,
right.
Hey, we're gonna keep running these plays until you stop us. It's working. Who
Run
cares?
until the wheels fall off.
It
Yeah.
started
Fucking right.
it started a while before that though, because like my kids, shit, when they were little, there's a show called Max and Ruby, and it was a little cartoon, and it's a little girl named Ruby. She's a little bunny rabbit, and she had a little brother named Max, and there's no parents. She's like taking care of her little brother. And then all the stuff like Dora the Explorer, you never met her parents. Then the same thing with like all the shows on Nickelodeon. There was like Zoe 101. None of them had parents. And then when they did have parents, there was usually just one. And then if you saw them, they were fucking idiots. So they started with this generation, you know, my kids' generation, young, to let them see that the authority figures, if they're even there, are fucking idiots. So it's been implanted in their brains since they were little.
Yeah, I wrote a
And then
story
my generation was
kind
the
of
latchkey
parodying that in a
generation.
way,
There was no authority.
because you had or so go ahead, Ben.
I was talking about it earlier.
Oh,
You're
go,
right,
Chris.
Ben. There was no authority. We had no authority. We raised ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. So any
Another show
authority
that
was
comes-
better than that.
Yeah, another show that comes to mind is the show Dragon Tales. Because I mean that show, they would go off into this magical world, and the parents wouldn't know that they were going off and flying with dragons and things, and they would come back, and the parent at the end of the episode, they would go back into the room, and the parents would come and check in, and they would, dragon wallpaper, and like, oh, you're just playing in your room, you're not off and Neverland with Peter Pan, sort of a thing.
And Muppet Babies, if you remember, like there was like a bunch of babies in a room together, and then you'd see the nanny sometimes her legs, but there was no parents.
Or like Rugrats, the parents were like hardly ever in the room, and they're like actual babies.
Yeah. Always unattended.
If the playbook seems to be that of demoralization, and we're going to do the wavy gravy word breakdown here, remove moral, like morals, like do you have morality? Do you know what's good? Do you know what's evil? And if you remove the moralization, that's sort of the motivation to do anything, because you've been convinced that evil is already won. So you're demoralized, and then by removing the good and the heroic and the brave and the masculine and the strong and the courageous, because they're demoralized, that ties into the idea that we talked about in the first part of the show, with men who are told and convinced that they will not marry a woman, that they will not have children, that they will not be fathers. So that's a huge demoralization. You basically said your entire existence, it's not going to happen. That's a huge demoralization, which seems to say that you have no purpose here, because your biological purpose for existing, spreading your seed, being a man, having a wife, raising a family, doesn't exist. You can't do that because you'll never find someone. And then that plays into the demoralization for the women who can't find no good man anywhere. They can't find someone who wants to settle down. So this demoralization period continues. And now we have to ask, at what point do we remoralize and rejuvenate and create a sense of meaning again, to say, well, a lot of that is lies, a lot of that is untrue stuff. And if the conspiracy movement acts as a demoralization campaign filled with fear porn to say that there's too much evil in the world for you to make any difference in your own life, then have people given up before they've even failed their first time. And that was the other question we asked about, feeling just a little bit of discomfort or pain, and not being able to grow, and abstract one as a bodybuilder, if you don't ever feel a little bit of pain, is there any gain? Is that what they say in the gym?
No. Yeah, you better feel some pain. You better cry. You gotta it's called you go to fatigue, man. Failure. So you can't do anymore.
Going
It's not where you think it is, it's
bed.
past that point.
So the thing that we've lost in society is this thing called integrity, Lucas.
Integrity.
So this is why I have no problem, Lucas, with thinking about it, because I have this thing called integrity. So the thing is, I was never a bear. Owen would text me and ask me farm questions and how to do things because he has no skills. And so he has to rely on other people to try and teach him. But once he started getting a bunch of money and popularity again, he went back to that and gave up all integrity. And so I don't care if he doesn't like me. I don't care if he wants to talk shit and keep being a bitch. He's the one who has no integrity, and he's not going to take mine. So I don't care about the bears or the community. If you all want to keep following a dude who calls himself a bear, we all know a bear is a big gay dude who feeds his dudes gravy. I mean, how fucking on the nose is that? Like, this big gay dude is full of gravy. Like, and then he's just a Hollywood cunt. That's all the dude really is. He's not even a homesteader anymore. I don't have the time to spend on the internet to fucking deal with the shit that dude puts out and everything else, because I actually do work. He doesn't. He sits on the internet. That's why he's got man tits, because he's not homesteading. No homesteader's built like that, because we work. We have integrity. He has none. He tried to borrow some and then lost it. And so, no, I don't got to think about it, bro. You need to think about it. You can either follow Hollywood bitch boy who's acting completely out of line, and you guys are the ones that are empowering that. You guys are the ones that are saying, oh yeah, it's okay to call other men pedos, something that actually can get them in trouble. CPS takes nothing to get to your house. Nothing. Takes everything to get them to leave. But cool, do that just because old bitch boy has a temper tantrum. Have some integrity. This is what society lost right here. See this? The quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, moral uprightness. I know he wanted to fucking shit on me for having it, but I ain't giving mine up for you, you fucking oversized cunt. Think about it.
It's very demoralizing to an entire community. They were led maybe into a cul-de-sac where they're just left to hang out to dry and fend for themselves. Is that positive community? What fruit has it bared? It's kind of a, I shouldn't have said bear like that. I'm sorry to all the bears with integrity who stand by us in chat sometimes. We appreciate that.
And there are a lot.
Yes.
Also,
good
something
people.
that all this makes me think of is that that's also an easy way for this whole, if men and women are feeling down, they feel like they're not going to find their significant other, and then they're not trying. That means that's a good way to end a lot of lineages, because then the lineage are going to stop with them. So that's a good way to end multiple team
Shout out-
signs.
And shout out to all the otters out there. We were talking bears. Let's not forget about the otters.
Is there a secret otter community that I'm not unaware of?
There is.
Is
There
there an otter cult?
Please explain, because I
Cult of
am
the otter?
aware.
Are other
Otters?
animal spirit guides available?
You have bears in certain communities. You have bears, and some people are otters. So shout out to all the otters in those recesses of. They're not being so hidden too much anymore, Gordy. I think they're a little more out in the open nowadays. But we don't want to leave anyone out. If you identify as an otter, you're welcome here as well.
Birds, do you identify as a bird?
Do I?
I'm not sure where lesbian fits into this, but let's not forget about the lesbian.
I think that's an island thing.
Right, sure.
They all live on an island. Okay,
The
that's where the
clam eaters.
lesbos come from. Yes, the clam eaters.
Maybe they are otters.
Is an otter like a woodchuck?
Mm.
An otter is like a weasel. You know what? I should look up the
weasel. I think weasel. Am I using the?
Are they in the weasel family?
Gordy, I might be using the term incorrectly. Maybe it's
otters are water weasels.
Water weasels, yeah.
We've had some water weasels in our chat, and we usually don't like to give them enough attention. We do give them a huge responsibility with the wrench to not injure themselves or others with the use of the wrench. But at some point, when adults are speaking in a room and there's monkeys with wrenches making fools of themselves again and again, when we're trying to construct something here and remoralize a culture that is so easily gathered together and rounded up like a herd and then led through certain channels and then dropped off and left to fend for themselves. And then at that point, when they're just cannibalizing each other, then we're all very sad about that.
See,
it's disgusting. It's terrible. It's not a happy ending, and we can all live better. We don't need to be living in fear or demoralized or identified as a loser in life, taking the L and then not accomplishing anything. Of course, you're going to have to lose a lot of times to learn to be a good sport, to then play again, and then coach your own kids someday.
And if you do fall for some of these people's spiels that they want to con you in some kind of a way, that doesn't say as much about you as it does about them. And
right. We've all been hungry. We've all stood in line. We've all had that free continental breakfast because we're hungry, and they gave us the gravy. And a little bit later in the day, it didn't sit so well because it was yesterday's gravy. It was old gravy. It was bad gravy. Well, you know, a little indigestion. Let that be a lesson to you. Maybe skip the bad breakfast.
Try a salad.
Grow your own food. Yeah.
That's part of the growing process. You develop more discernment. You take the pieces that were good, you dump the pieces that were crap. You know, for a while, dude was talking about homesteading and really pushing that. That was good stuff. Keep it.
Remain true to what the mission was originally. If the captain sinks the ship
over the biscuits and gravy,
right? You don't have to go down with the ship. You don't have to defend the sinking Titanic until you're gurgling salt water and you're freezing your tootsies off. All because of a girl named Rose. Because she took her top off for you, and you got to see her, and you drew her picture. You steamed up the cars. Come on, man. There are other movies.
And if anyone out there really wants to ride down the boardwalk in roller skates, if you feel that, I say do it. If that's what's in your heart, go do. I don't know.
That was a Sarah Jessica Parker movie where she wore the roller skates. What movie was that?
Oh,
with the guy with the funny looking nose who writes the poetry.
Was it Nicholas? It's not that Las Vegas one.
I have no idea. How old is this movie?
It's a real movie. I saw it. It was Sarah Jessica Parker, and she was wearing roller skates. like based on Cyrano de Bergerac. I'll look it up. I got time. We're not really
sorry.
doing anything right now.
Yeah,
And I haven't followed her
all the
career. Like, I don't
movies.
know all her work. I'm not a follower of her work, but
Was somebody LA Story? Somebody in the chat? Is
sounds
that what-
interesting. LA Story sounds like one of those older guys. Oh gosh,
Steve Martin.
I think you're right. Steve Martin. There might have been a Douglas in there, like a Michael Douglas, perhaps, or am I off on that one?
Nice story. I don't
Or
know.
just
There's
was it?
it's all garbage up there.
The only movie that's coming to my mind is that roller skating, roller rink movie where they
Could have been this one.
Bloodsport. Not Bloodsport. Bloodsport was that fighting movie.
Roll Bounce
Roller. Oh, what was
with
that?
Lil Bow Wow.
Hey, Balderson, help me out. 80s, maybe 70s. It was like a killer roller derby movie with like motorcycles and shit. Rollerball. It's Rollerball, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was
yeah.
Rollerball. 100%.
See, there's that old garbage coming back up. That 50 years of watching shitty movies.
You gotta turn your compost once in a while.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Got to roll that around.
I think I was thinking of Roxanne with Daryl Hannah. I don't know if she had roller skates or not. I think I was probably watching Roxanne and LA Story at the same time, simultaneously. Two screens. This is the only way you can consume all of the movies before you die, is by watching multiple movies at the same time to get through them. There's so many important films that you need to see with your
That's why
time.
we layer them for you at the intro and intermissions. We layered them.
Yes.
You can watch all of them at the same
All the important
time.
scenes. Yeah. And the Hollywood writer's strike again, the unions again. If that's Hollywood Babylon, man, there's already such a vibrant Christian community. They're already on God's Not Dead, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we're gonna be okay. We got plenty of entertainment available. Fireproof, come on. That guy'll never burn down. He's so faithful in his marriage.
We will always have a Neil Breen film to watch.
What people really should have gotten out of it too is the huge list of talking heads who are giving out political points. How many of them were under the same exact writing team? Because when we're talking about late night hosts, these comedy hosts, these have become the liberal talking heads. These libtards don't want to sit down and actually get political information and be truly informed. They want somebody to make Trump jokes because, Trump's all bad and Orange Man bad, things like that, which I'm not saying Trump's good by any means, but this is what they want. So they get their political information from these comedians. And we look, a whole giant list of them, all from the same writers.
Yeah, that's why they are making a biopic film. We're going back to the biopics about the first night that Saturday Night Live went live and the chaos leading up to the we're live of that first broadcast. Because apparently it was chaos and they feel like they need to tell their version of a story to entertain us about their mishaps before they're.
What is up with all these movies lately about like the most flippin' mundane, like the Tetris movie, and now they have this BlackBerry movie, and now they have.
Hey, that looks like a good one. I want to know about the Blackberries. that little device that Obama used for a couple of times to send some emails about
Yeah.
hot dogs and other menu items that probably wanted to
There,
choose what they're going to celebrate and what they're going to eat together.
Well, we're all
Pizza,
buying
hot dogs, I
tickets to the
think.
Barbie movie to review the Barbie movie for Women's Fighters Welcome, aren't we?
yes. There's only one Alan.
Can I ask Balderson a question? When it comes to someone like Owen Benjamin, and if he's not vibing with you, like I don't really listen to him. I'm aware, I've checked him out and it doesn't vibe and I just move on. Why does it make sense to provide any prana or any attention to that side of the internet? If you're not really feeling it, just go, I'm over it, and then you just don't really even pay attention anymore. And because holding, as I used to say, like having real estate in your head, why allow him to maybe have some real estate in your head? What are your thoughts on that? And I'm not.
So if you're an outsider, there's no reason for you to do that. The difference is Owen made friends with me a number of years ago. Specifically, what happened was he started going. He pushed away from Hollywood and started moving toward the homesteader life. And so Owen knew who I was before I ever seen any of his TV shows or movies. I don't watch romantic comedies, and I don't watch TV. So he saw videos of me shearing alpacas and doing homesteading. And he's like, and the thing about the shearing the alpacas is that most people, when they shear alpacas, they have to tie them down super tight. This animal's damn near drawn and quartered. And then they take this big machine and they rip it all over, and the alpaca's screaming and fighting. And when I do it, we lay the alpaca down, and the person helping me can basically just hold, just kind of, pet their head. And then I take a big ass hand scissors, big old hand shears, and I shear the animal that way. So he asked to, started asking around to get a hold of me and wanted to have some talks with me. And, even if the guy was Hollywood or whatever, and not quite like I am, that's such an excellent move. And it was very impressive. So while I'm not the coolest kid on the block, my voice has real big ripples. And so when I made friends with him, and I'm well known for just being being who I am is the thing I'm known for. And I live off grid. I live the life I'm talking about. Okay. So basically he started borrowing some of my integrity, and at the time, I think he was trying to be solid. I really do. And so over the years now, he's grown real popular on this, and he's transitioned everything. And now he's gotten a whole bunch of land and gotten all these people to donate a ton of money to him. And I do mean a ton. And the guy starts doing things that are completely out of line. And so mostly I just ignored him also and didn't say anything. And then what he started doing was coming out, and other guys that were coming up in the community that were doing the things that we're talking about, that were trying to live an alternative lifestyle and break from civilization, he started cutting those guys' legs out from under them. I mean, if you go into my chat of my video, and this doesn't even touch my other social medias, there's about 540 comments, about 520 are all just completely shitting on him, talking about how he's done this over and over to other people. Well, now, because he's not been reined in, he's spiraled himself up to a level where now if anybody that's doesn't completely agree with him, he just goes out and outright attacks. And that's all fine. I don't care. Then he started calling guys pedophiles. And two of the guys that he was calling a pedophile were young family men with little kids, and all of them under kindergarten age. And when he called them pedophiles, he had this giant story that he laid out. And then what he also does is he knows, even though he's not calling shots, he knows that he has a certain percentage of his bear community are fucking frothing lunatics. Now, there's a substantial amount that are decent dudes and completely normal people. And these people were following him for the homesteading and the trying to live a better life, not this life that society's been feeding us. So when he started saying that, he was relying on his frothing lunatic percentage. And what that percentage does is anything that Owen points at, they come unglued on. And he had a large enough following that this was an extremely dangerous thing. And anybody that understands pedophilia and CPS, it doesn't take much more than a rumor to get CPS at your house. You get 3-4 guys calling with the same story about something and digging around on your internet. James has said that all of his accounts have been hacked. For when he decided to start doing Beartaria, within a couple of weeks, he had $250,000 drummed up in donations just because he wanted an idea. So you know what kind of power that is? You could work your whole life without having $250,000 in your hand to fucking go throw down on some land free and clear. And he does it in a couple of weeks just by asking. So you know what kind of power that is? So when he comes out and starts saying that, and again, there's a strong association to me, then I need to make that break from that. And then men that were looking for an example of a man to something to put their lodestone to, when a real man sees another man doing some shit like that, you call it out. And then the ones who don't quite have that lodestone down for themselves, they see what a real example is. They see what a man with a spine is, because it's easy to cave to a dude like that that's going to get hundreds and thousands of people shitting on you, and you're not the cool kid. You succumb to the pressure. Lots of people, we've watched speakers in the community, when the community gets mad at them, just roll out because they can't handle the people crapping on them. How easy is that? So when somebody just says, I don't care, what do I got to lose? I was never making money. I didn't monetize my channel. I don't care about clicks. You want to fight me. Quit fighting the dudes with the small kids. Quit freaking ruining their lives and their businesses. So yeah, I agree with you 95% of the time. And I'm not going to continue to put energy into it. But when a man sees another man, especially one that he's personal friends with and talks to personally on the phone, when they do wrong, you call it out. That's how men keep each other straight.
Well, thank you for that. I was just curious, man. I appreciate you, man. Like attracts like.
No problem,
and the phonies are going to be revealed. It's literally written in the realm. Any phoniness, if you're not unique, it will be revealed. So I always encourage everyone to just, now is not the time to be phony. Now is the time to let, if it's relationships or anything, or you're kind of being, there's lies, it's going to be revealed now. So all the real ones you'll see them, and all the fake ones you'll see them, and you don't have to look very closely. It'll be very obvious. So I recommend to everyone, including myself, I'm always talking to myself when I say things like this, is to be your unique self, and you'll actually it will be like rewarded. Like, now's the time. If you are your unique self, it's also the time for the extrovert to go, this is who I am, guys, this is what I am, and take it or leave it. And it will actually like be rewarded based on the times nowadays. That's just how it is. And if you're a phony and you're trying to push and you're like, I'm pretending and I'm holding on to the old paradigms or whatever, and you're not changing, it's going to be a rough. So I think that's the way I see it. So yeah, man, respect.
That phoniest theme is in J.D. Salinger's The Catcher in the Rye, the 16-year-old Holden Caulfield guy. That ties into conspiracy theory culture. because people that are aware of this book and read this book have been triggered, perhaps.
Hate that book.
I've never read the book because I knew it was filled with phonies. And I'm a literary snob.
I wonder why that's why they call them phones. We talk on the phones. We talk on the phonies.
Well, yeah, it comes from the Phoenicians is one layer of that word.
That's a sore spot, birds. We don't talk about Phoenicians for another few weeks.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and skip that one.
Sorry, I didn't know there was a sore spot. I never heard. It's like, hey, we don't talk Phoenicians in here. I love that. I love the randomness of it. I gotta make a.
Yeah, we don't want to argue alphabets tonight.
Oh shit.
If chat could just resort to using emojis only tonight for the rest of the evening, please, that would really help us all out. So we don't have to.
Uniform is also accepted.
Or it's like, do I only want $1? I feel like if I say anything, it's like you owe $1. It's the secret word for tonight.
Right. Yeah, and there was that topic of authority and deconstructing and cult awareness. This has been passed around the internet. I think this is the is it Word of Life Fellowship? Does anybody know this church? Essentially, they have this list for their members. And I don't think you get this immediately upon joining, but they have this list of do's and don'ts. And some of the do's are that you will be required to attend service, you'll be required to tithe, that's 10% of your gross earnings, and give offerings. A woman named Jane will check your records from time to time. You will be required to smile on command. This is called keeping your happy face. You will be required to participate in group work projects. You will enjoy it. After each service, you will be required to clean the church and fellowship hall on a rotating basis. Now, those are the 5 do's. They have a list of over 200 don'ts. Don't drink alcohol. Don't cook with alcohol. Don't eat at places that serve alcohol. Don't drink, in quotes, root beer. Don't drink the registered brand of cheer wine. Don't drink diet cheer wine. Don't drink ginger ale. Don't smoke cigarettes. Don't dip snuff. Don't use chew tobacco. Don't watch videos in your car, especially in your car. Don't watch movies at all unless Jane approves. Don't go to a movie theater. Don't read the newspapers, not even the headlines. Don't listen to the radio. Again, so sometimes you'll know that you're joining a cult. Sometimes it'll be very obvious that you're in a cult. Sometimes you won't find out until later. Certainly, there's other pages to this I can bring up. Is this Word of Life Fellowship? Has anyone heard of this? There are paper trails and documents and things.
No, where's Word of Life Fellowship?
I haven't done that amount of homework yet because I haven't gotten through the lists of what not to do.
Oh.
Okay, so there are more. I want to make sure I get 18 to 52. Let's see, not 123 to 145. I got to get these sheets in order because if I don't have orderedness, I think Jane's going to be really upset with me. So here's 18 through 52. Don't watch television. Don't read books that are not approved by leadership. Don't read your Bible too much because you don't want to read your Bible too much. The Amplified version is acceptable. Don't take notes during the services. Don't forget to go to the bathroom before the service. Don't go to the bathroom during the service. Don't bring any knives on the church property. Don't be late for service. Don't park alongside the left side of the sanctuary unless you are approved. So there's approved parking, nowhere to park. And don't park in the spaces closest to the back steps. Those are reserved for parents with infants. Don't park in the first spot along the sidewalk. There's a whole list of don't parks. Don't speed when driving around the church. Don't go opposite to the accepted traffic flow of counterclockwise. It causes confusion. Don't be on your cell phone when approaching the school. Don't drive your car with expired tags. You'll be reminded if your tag is expired. Men, don't wear a color of dress shirt except white or light blue. Women, don't get your heart set on a dress until you check with others to see if anyone else has that dress. You may need to return yours. So all of these problems that leadership has experienced in church was written down on a list of rules. And over time, they added more and more rules. As you can see, there's, we can do 53 through 86 if you're curious about more of these rules. And this is kind of ridiculous. Don't wear anything with Nike on it. Nothing. There's a rule against wearing cargo pants. Don't wear black tennis shoes. Don't wear high-cut boot-like tennis shoes. All these rules about shoes. Don't wear, in quotes, muscle T-shirts. I think those are wife beaters, and you don't want to be seen as beating your wife. Don't go swimming with boys and girls together. Don't leave the pool toys out when you're done using the pool. Don't go outside with a sunscreen. Maybe they should just empty the pool and then say, don't skateboard in the pool. That would probably
hold on. Does
knock
number
off.
83 say Jane needs to get a feel for the neighborhood? Oh my God.
83 says, don't even make an offer on a house unless Jane can check out and get a feel for the neighborhood. So they want to buy
Jane needs
property.
to get felt up by the neighborhood before you can move in?
Don't sign up for classes unless Jane Whaley or leadership checks out your class schedule. Men, don't allow facial hair to grow. No beards of any type, and no pork chop sideburns. So this is welcoming you to the Word of Life Fellowship. So as you see, over time, people wanting to control other people take all these concerns and they begin to make more and more rules. They begin to say certain words are not allowed, certain words are bad words. They reduce the language, they reduce the freedom because of the need to have more control over a situation. Does that remind you of anything?
That
beyond
reminds me
the
that
church
you know
world?
what is not a bad word? Gravy. Gravy is not a bad word. I love me some biscuits and gravy.
Fart is not a bad word. I will die on this hill.
It's not a fart. That's the F word. It's making a windy.
FJARD. It's pronounced fjord.
Fjord.
Making a windy.
Make it a windy.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know if Jane allows us to talk about body functions like that. Let's see. We got some more rules to go through. There's a whole list of them.
Christy and her family, I think they don't say fart. She used to get so offended because anytime I meet a little boy, I'm like, did you fart?
Did you fart?
Your fart stinks. And Christy will look at me like I'm fucking nuts. Like, why are you saying that? And then she sees the little boy just smile like, yeah, that was me.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't even fart. They're going to own that. Like, oh, you think that stunk? Yeah, that was mine. Mine.
This is the church that
Hilarious.
doesn't play Monopoly. They don't play football. They don't play ping pong. They don't play or imitate, in quotes, air guitar. So I don't think there's a lot
What
of
is the
fun.
WAF? Don't let WAF children play with children outside of WAF.
Word of Faith Fellowship. Children are not allowed to play with children outside of Word of Life.
They make a wind and it wafts.
They don't.
Don't
serve
whistle is definitely you're
Easter,
trying to
and they
conquer
don't eat
demons.
turkey on Thanksgiving.
Right. So 121 says, don't forget to read your Bible before you go to bed. But one of the previous rules reminds you to not read your Bible too much because you might think about it and get your own ideas and then question Jane, who is the person that will interpret the Bible for you.
When I see Jane, I'm going to say,
You're going to whistle at Jane and tell her she's beautiful?
yeah. And then she'll say, number 117.
Yeah. No.
You're not allowed in
whistling.
heaven.
Yeah, no ATVs or dirt bikes. There's a special rule for African Americans to not shave your head bald. Number 137, don't complain about the list of don'ts. So we're not complaining. We're just reading them to better understand them. Don't go in the sanctuary with sin in your heart. Remember to deal with the sin in your heart before you go to service. So just deal with it.
Don't place toilet paper on the roll unless it rolls over the top.
Most important is 144.
I agree with that one. That's a real one.
Right there. Don't put the toilet paper under the, you always put it over the top. What psychopath puts toilet paper the other way so it falls down the backside? Who does this? These are the issues we need to deal with.
This is how you maintain a good fellowship of believers.
Is that 145 rules?
I think there's a
That's
few
insane.
other pages. I don't know if I had
Oh.
them all there.
144, don't attack those in authority. It's like,
Yeah,
follow all rules without exception.
right.
Rules?
That's a lot of rules.
It's a lot of rules, and it could mean that there are rule breakers. So to produce a whole generation of rule breakers, you have to have a lot of rules on the books. And I think if there's one thing we learned about the war on drugs, the drugs will always win that war.
Abe made a valid point that Jack Handy was the best thing to come out of the 90s. And yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with that. Deep
That a
thoughts.
I agree with that.
Jack Handy.
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does Jack?
Deep
What does
thoughts.
Jane say about Jack Handy's in the bathroom? Are they approved?
Is that a bucket of KFC gravy, Gordy?
I think he calls it kefir, but I just say it's yogurt juice. I knew it was
yogurt
I knew
gravy.
it was yogurt gravy. Right on the
Guys,
nose.
I'm
there.
gonna-
Yogurt gravy.
I'm gonna
Yogurt.
drop off.
Thank you.
I don't-
Thank you, birds. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Later, man. Keep on going.
Take care, man. Good to
Do
talk
we
to you.
have to? It's midnight
Thanks.
here.
Thank you, brother.
It's
We've
1
been doing
a.m.
this. We've been
and
doing
it
this
was
for a little while.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you guys. I don't want to take up a whole lot of time. Later.
Oh
Much
no,
love.
it's open.
You're
It's
good.
Saturday night. It's just a party here.
I'm
on the
going to
live
bed.
stream.
Good night. Thanks for coming.
Drugs definitely won.
Sayonara.
Drugs definitely won. Daryl Davis has the point of the night.
Sure. Do you guys have any other notes to bring up? Any memes in the meme bank to share? Any movies that Jane approves of talking about?
Tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central on my King of Cups channel, I'm premiering the long-awaited God is a Playwright World Stage, the Hero's Journey conversation I had with our friend Joshua the Branch and AlanMarcus.com. It was a wonderful conversation, and I had to save it from the bowels of the underworld, the digital underworld, to bring it to you guys.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Tell us about your digital underworld journey.
Was it through the computer Legos game Minecraft?
It was very pixelated.
Mm-hmm. Like in a retro way.
Your nose large.
Have to go on a silk covered road.
We're talking about the dark web.
No, I was not.
Right. So we're in 2023. They've built up systems of government. They've added more and more legislation and laws and rules. People are concerned that TikTok might be banned. There's a lot of concern about laws and rulers and kings and things. I don't know. Giving our attention to that as Ronan the bird dog was advising us wisely. It's summertime and the weather's nice, so maybe we could get out and enjoy it.
Weather's nice where?
Here.
It's great in Oklahoma.
Right here.
It's
That
great for
might
the
be
Like
the
chicken
only
nuggets
place. Holy
in gravy.
shit.
Like all the fast food establishments give you gravy instead of barbecue sauce. Just so you know. It's an Okie thing.
Oh,
It is an Okie thing. Gravy
Yeah.
is an Okie thing for
I've
sure.
been to
And your French fries.
Oklahoma.
My grandparents made the
I've been to
best
Oklahoma.
gravy.
I was saying in the chat when the intermission was going, the bigger guy, he reminded me of when I lived in Texas for a little bit. I was a waitress, and there was this group of 3 people. One of them had like an oxygen machine, one of them had a peg leg, and one of them had an eye patch. And they just kept asking for gravy, like, because they all ordered chicken fried steak,
That's
and
great.
they just wanted more dishes of gravy. And so, like, every 5 minutes, I'd go get them a little scoop of gravy. I was like, how long is this gonna last?
Gravy and sweet tea.
Okay, that's my thing. When you
God
go
forbid you have to
to
put sugar in your tea.
Yeah.
when you go to a country restaurant and you order the chicken fried steak, it should automatically come with white gravy. It should not have automatically be brown gravy unless specified. It was a few years back before I stopped eating meat. I went to a country restaurant, and when I did eat meat, one of my favorite things was chicken fried steak with white gravy, and I just assumed that was the norm. And so I went to this country restaurant with my family, and I ordered the chicken fried steak, and they brought it out with brown gravy on it, and I just stared at it for the longest time. And I was like, what is this monstrosity?
How am I supposed to eat this shit? But I'd eat it. It still sounds bomb.
Dude.
You are
seriously like, no, yeah.
I'd still eat it though.
I can't do that.
Monstrosity.
White
Fuck
gravy.
it, I'll eat it.
I mean, I still ate it. I mean, I didn't.
You're not a psychopath.
That's just when it clicked in my head. I'm like, wait, there's no
You just
one.
assume it comes from white
I just thought
gravy.
it was a universal
Mushroom
thing
gravy
that
rules.
chicken fried steak came with white gravy, not brown. And I was like, why is this not a universal thing? It clicked for me that not everyone thinks this thing about chicken fried steak and gravy that I
Hey,
did.
speaking of gravy,
It's
so
only white when I grew up.
if you're doing gravy after you do your chicken in the crock pot, like let the fat drain down in the bottom of the crock pot. Take that stuff, keep it in there, turn it on hot after you take the chicken out, and then put sweet potato starch in it and just whip it up instead of wheat, so you don't get the glyphosates and all that bullshit. So get sweet potato powder, or sweet potato flour, and then whisk it into it with like pepper and salt and stuff. It makes a great gravy. Like, it's stupid easy, and it's got tons. It keeps all the fat. You're ingesting all that fat that was in the bird to begin with. Like, get a good bird,
Yeah.
and you
have
can
to do
still
that
buy them.
with any kind of meat too. Like,
Yeah.
I don't eat pork anymore, but when I did, we made ham gravy one time. That was really good.
Again, you're conserving all those fats.
So
and keeping them
hungry.
good
Get so
stuff.
hungry.
Fix your brain.
Late at night, and we're talking about food. We're making everybody hungry.
You add a tea to gravy.
Katie!
How many
Gravity.
chickens remain? We started with 7. We still have one.
I think at
big
least one's
syringe
going in the gravy. I'm just saying.
and 206 sex dolls. Is that for one person? Are we like going 2 to a doll so we could?
If they're consensual sex dolls.
Are the dolls filled with gravy?
Did we ask enough questions tonight?
Not yet, Chris.
Did we answer anything? Should we play it out with the
Solve the problem. I mean, everyone should just know from now on that chicken fried steak comes with white gravy unless specified.
Oh yeah, that's a crime. That's a crime.
unless
on a
Jane
shirt.
says
Gravy.
otherwise. Jane,
Yeah, you were
You were
Thank you,
in
Jane.
some alternate dimension where things weren't right. I don't know, what happened there, Chris, but it's good that you came back.
Yeah, it was so bizarre. I was like, what is happening?
That bizarre point of the night where some of us need to eat something. And if we keep talking about gravy without saying anything gravy.
Until next week, you're gravy in our minds.
It's peanut
I'm
butter.
gonna make some noodles.
Cheney
I
said
want to cover them in
she's
gravy.
coming after the fight. You gotta wait for Cheney.
Yes.
She said she's coming in to spite her after the fight.
She said there was one more left. That was a while ago.
How many?
Yeah, that was
how many
like
fights
10
have-
minutes ago. We need to get this guy to take somebody to
Let's
take a
do some-
damn dive or something here.
Pray for a
Early knockout.
Well, we'll still be in the
He's
Zoom
coming
room.
back from Wonderland.
Good night.